Good evening. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, and the time is 7 p.m. If I can have you all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Where's it at? Sorry. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. If I could have the city secretary please call roll.
Flores Kale,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Goza,
Here.
Medina,
Here.
Zapata,
Present.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
Okay, that looks like all 7 are here. Up next, we have the approval of the minutes. Consider approval of the January 6, 2026 special meeting minutes and January 6, 2026 regular meeting minutes.
Okay, second.
Oh, I didn't make a motion.
Make a motion to approve these items. Number 2 for approval of the minutes.
Okay, second.
All right, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, item passes 7-0. Up next, we have citizens' comments period. The City Council welcomes and encourages comments from citizens early in the agenda of the City Council meetings. Anyone wishing to speak are encouraged to sign up before the meeting begins. Speakers may speak during this time on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and I ask that they respect the 3-minute time period. And we do have a lot of, normally I don't care if you go over by a couple seconds, but since we have so many, I am going to be enforcing the 3-minute rule. So be thoughtful of that. The first up, we have Neil Stegall.
Mayor, Council, I had originally just wanted to come and speak about development agreements in general, but I see that we have a particular issue that's come up on January 6th, the first day you convened in this year, with the sale of the Nance Ranch to a new corporation, which means we have a new contract partner on the Nance Ranch development. The terms of that agreement run for another 35 years. That development is embroiled, or has been embroiled, in a legal challenge to the development over environmental issues around a bridge that we were going to build for the development. We are on the line for near $38 million to build a $5.4 million water line to that development, should it be built. It's not ever mentioned, but there will be water lines as well that would go with that, and all the lifting stations as well. This is also a development, given its size, that would be roughly equivalent to about 32,000 people, about 48% of the current population of Kyle by the time it is built out. It will have an impact by population about 2 times greater than Plum Creek did. It will generate a lot of tax, but given the plans that are in place, with so many single-family residences included, maybe not enough. It's a question. But I'll tell you one thing. We're on the hook for 35 years. And any infrastructure we've built out there is ours after that as well to take care of. So this is a classic case of suburban development gone wrong, regardless of what the matter is here. It's just gone wrong. It started in 2016, and what I want to point out is it'll be in your laps and the next council's laps in particular. It will start probably under your terms, late in your term. I want to give you a heads up on that. But this has got a heck of a legacy. 20 city council members, about 3 mayors, 3 city managers, 3 planning directors have been through here in the time this thing's been languishing. It's a burden to the community. It's a burden to you guys and to the city staff. And I just wanted to point out that that did happen. And it's of grave importance from now on to look at development agreements, which can be a good tool for managing development. Look at them carefully about what we're getting into, because you can see that it can be a millstone around your neck and potentially. So I just ask you to inform the public best you can on a continuing basis as to the status of this as it comes to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Kate Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I come before you today not simply to talk about a tree, but to ask you to consider preserving a piece of Kyle's legal and cultural foundation. In the front yard of Mr. Alton and Deanna Frankie's home stands an unassuming oak. To the casual observer, it might look like just another tree. But this oak is a bearing tree, a rare surviving witness to how this land was first measured, settled, and claimed. To the west of this tree, just 65 feet away, lies a mound of stones placed there in 1871, nearly a decade before the city of Kyle was founded in 1880. That mound and this oak worked together as part of an early land survey. They were not decorative, they were essential. Surveyors at that time didn't have satellites or digital maps. They had compasses, chains, and a deep understanding of the land. They relied on bearing trees, solid, living landmarks to establish boundaries. Stones were piled as permanent reference points. These features were carefully documented in what's known as metes and bounds descriptions, legal texts and deeds that define property lines with precision. If you open an old deed, you might see something like, beginning at the bearing oak 65 feet east of the stone mound. That's this tree. These weren't just poetic flourishes. They were legally binding markers, anchor points that made ownership real and disputes resolvable. This tree is still alive today. Once 10 inches in diameter, has grown to 26 inches in diameter. That slow, steady growth is a testament to time, care, and permanence. When we consider removing this tree for road work, we are not simply clearing a path. We are erasing a primary document from our history, one that is still rooted in place. I understand the need for road widening and infrastructure improvements, but progress does not have to come at the expense of our history. There are ways to preserve this tree through design adjustments, slight reroutes, or protective buffers that would let us have both a better road and a deeper respect for where that road began. To remove this oak would be to sever our connection to the very system that shaped the boundaries of Kyle itself. Let us choose a future that honors the past, not by living in it, but by learning from it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Nikki Contreras.
Hello, good evening. I'm from Kyle. I've lived here with my family for more than 30 years, but this is my first time addressing the council. Thank you for having us. I'm here to say ICE is a public safety risk, and as the council, you should do everything in your power to impede okay.
All right,
All right.
if we could please. Yes.
Thank you. I believe you should do everything in your power to impede their presence in Kyle. You all are able to create barriers, enact bureaucratic loopholes, make decrees, urge other high-ranking elected officials to join in your efforts. The way that Buda denied them access to their parking lot, how can you impact their ability to rent vehicles, hotel rooms, use city facilities? Can you publicly reject their practices? Can you use your position to protect us from them? And even if you believe that ICE in some form is necessary, you must also see that this wave of enforcement is being enacted improperly, without due process, and violently, putting all citizens at risk, including first responders. What is happening in Minneapolis and across the country is not democracy in action, and we cannot allow armed, masked, anonymous agents of the state to enter our town unchecked and above the law to kidnap our neighbors. ICE is a public safety risk. They have already brought violence to Kyle, and they will continue if we allow them. It is all of our responsibility to fight this and to make Kyle a safe place for everyone. I've considered my role in this and what will be yours. Let us no longer contribute to the implicit violence of the maintenance of our borders. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we go on to the next one, I am going to remind you guys to continue to be respectful to the speaker. They are talking to us as council members, and as audience members, it is your job to observe. So that goes from both ends. So if I could kindly have you, if you want to wait till the end to boo or to do whatever you guys feel necessary, I can respect that. But during the time that they're speaking, I'm going to ask for you to be respectful. All right, thank you. Up next, I have Sonia Reyna.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and neighbors. My name is Sonia Reyna. I was born and raised in Mission, Texas, a South Texas border town, where my family has spent generations committed to education, advocacy, and service. I've earned my bachelor's degree from the University of Texas at Austin, and later my MBA. My education gave me tools to lead companies, organizations, and communities, but it was growing up in South Texas that shaped my values and deep commitment to protecting families and children. Tonight, I speak as a neighbor, a current Kyle resident, who understands what fear does to families. Our city stands at a crossroads, and I'm here to urge the city of Kyle to take a clear and principled stand. Do not allow ICE presence or cooperation in our schools, school-related areas, or public spaces, places that must remain safe for learning, gathering, and belonging. When enforcement enters these spaces, families retreat. Parents fear dropping off their children. Students stop attending school. Neighbors avoid parks, libraries, and city buildings. Trust erodes, and without trust, community cannot thrive. This is not speculation. It is happening across our country right now. We must be honest about immigration enforcement. Being undocumented is a civil matter, not a criminal one. Yet families are treated like criminals, fear is weaponized, and entire communities are punished for simply existing. Every person, regardless of status, is entitled to due process and dignity. The detention centers functioned as modern-day concentration camps have produced devastating consequences. Documented abuse, sexual assault, medical neglect, deaths in custody, and families torn apart without warning. When local governments cooperate with these systems in schools or public spaces, they are not neutral, they're participating in harm. Schools and public spaces must be anchors of safety, not pipelines to enforcement. Children cannot learn if they fear their parents may not come home. Communities cannot thrive when neighbors are afraid to be seen. Fear does not create safety. It creates trauma, division, and generational pain. History shows us that when governments normalize fear and target specific communities, the wounds last for generations. Fear fails. The city of Kyle has a choice. You can protect trust, dignity, and stability. You can declare that our schools and public spaces will not be used to terrorize families. You can choose community over fear. I urge you to choose courage over compliance, humanity over silence, and community over fear. Protect our schools, protect our public spaces, protect our families and our future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we have Brittany Bankston, please.
Hello, Council. My name is Brittany Bankston. I'm a resident here in Kyle. I want to be very clear that I do not support ICE. I do not believe it can be reformed. I believe that it's an institution that should be abolished. ICE is not simply a flawed agency. It's an agency built on racialized enforcement, collective punishment, and the erosion of due process. Its structure and function are incompatible with civil rights and human dignity. One of the most dangerous aspects of ICE operations is its routine use of masked or insufficiently identified agents. When armed individuals are allowed to detain people without clearly visible names, badges, or agency identification, That is not only a civil liberties issue, it is a public safety issue. It creates a situation where people cannot verify who is detaining them. Bystanders cannot distinguish lawful authority from criminal impersonation, and anyone with a mask or tactical vest can plausibly claim to be ICE and commit harm under that cover. That risk does not just threaten the people they target, it endangers everyone in this community. Across the country, ICE has detained U.S. citizens, minors, and people with disabilities who did not understand what was happening to them. These are not rare mistakes. They are predictable outcomes of an agency that operates with minimal transparency and weak accountability. Due process is not optional. It is not something to earn by appearance, accent, or paperwork on hand. It is a constitutional right, and ICE routinely undermines it. But the harm does not stop with detention. The presence and normalization of ICE also changes the social climate in a community. It emboldens people who already hold racist and violent beliefs. In our own communities online, residents have made comments invoking racialized violence, language that echoes historical terror. That did not appear in a vacuum. It arises in an environment where dehumanization is tolerated and fear is institutionalized. When a government agency operates through spectacle, intimidation, and racial targeting, it does not just detain people, it gives social permission for cruelty to surface. Which brings me why I'm here speaking today. Any public calls to reprimand or censor our council member Claudia Zapata for opposing ICE is not about decorum or professionalism, it's about punishing moral dissent. Targeting an elected official for rejecting a system that violates due process and endangers the public does not protect democracy, it weakens it. When a city cooperates with ICE, it is not making a neutral administrative choice, it is making a moral one. And when a council seeks to silence those who object that system, it compounds that choice. Public safety cannot be built on terror. Community trust cannot exist where people are afraid to exist in a public or serve in a public office. I urge this council to end cooperation with ICE, reject its presence from our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we have John DeSantis.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing me out. I wanted to voice my support for Councilwoman Zapata, standing up for Kyle residents and its guests. The actions we're witnessing on a daily basis are atrocious, un-American, and unless we stand up for everyone, we will repeat a very dark and shameful part of our history. Also, I wanted to point out my extreme dissatisfaction and bewilderment regarding how the ETJ water rate increases are just completely unfair. I hope that you all decide to do something about that. I understand that rate increases are necessary, but when it's over 50% for one specific part of Kyle, that's completely unfair. And everybody that voted for that should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to apologize in advance because I can't quite read. The first name is Kevin, and then the last is Ozier, maybe? And if you would mind stating your name so I can get it right.
My name is Kevin Olajar. I'm a citizen here in the city of Kyle. I came here today to talk about Councilwoman Zapata's call for action to the people who come here and speak about against federal law enforcement operating in the city of Kyle. That is a plainly emotional reaction to what happened a few days ago. And in reality, the city council here in Kyle can pass a resolution tonight, you can pass it unanimously, and it will have no bearing on what happens with federal law enforcement in the city of Kyle. I want to talk about some issues that the city of Kyle can affect and not talk about the broad scheme of what federal law enforcement is doing right now in the country. But what the city council can affect is how the officers here in Kyle work with federal agencies or other agencies in the area. So things that I would expect as a citizen from my police department would be our local law enforcement enforcing state and local laws and not federal laws. It is not their job to enforce federal laws, but on the other side of that, I do expect them to respond to calls for service where other law enforcement agencies are requesting assistance, whether that's the Hays County Sheriff's or a federal law enforcement agency, anything like that. I expect my police department to assist with those apprehensions and keep our community safe so that we don't have potential criminals running around. The other thing that I expect from the local law enforcement here is during the course of their investigation, whether it is from a family violence incident or a traffic stop, that they comply with any warrants that they come across during those investigations, whether they be a local or state warrant or whether they are a federal warrant. Typical local warrants and state warrants are signed by a judge. I know there's differences in the federal warrants, but the final orders of deportation, if we're going to talk specifically about ICE-related warrants today, are reviewed by a judge, even though they are an administrative warrant. So I just wanted to come today and voice my support for the police department. I think they do a great job here. I think they should continue doing the job that they're doing and what you guys expect them to do. And those couple things that I just brought to your attention are things as a citizen that I expect them to continue to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Miss Linda Green.
I think I'll start out with a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. True peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. And I think there's several issues in the room where that would apply, but I'm going to go back a couple of months where I feel like justice was not done a couple of months ago when one of the agenda items was to spend several $1 million over the next 10 years to install an Axon, I think the company is AXON, Axon security system with the police. And I think it was agenda item number 31 when Axon and the police chief were supposed to make a presentation, and I had left and came back and missed that portion, but there were two young ladies outside that Axon did not make the presentation that night, and that only one of you, Councilwoman Zapata, voted against using this system for security because in addition to the program, there's going to be data centers that use millions of gallons of water. And we don't have a choice about water to eat and drink and then water in order to improve our security system. And I think a number of you are members of the AllianceWater.org. And I'd like to know how much water you intend to draw in order to operate this program, which requires data centers to be cooled by water, and what the source of that water would be. And if there's anybody in this room that can tell me more about the program, I know you all passed it except for Councilwoman Zapata, and I appreciate her going against this program, and I would hope that you would re-investigate your decision. And does anybody know how much water is going to be used and where the source of that water is going to be?
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to respond, but if you send us an email, we can follow up. Thank you. Okay, up next, I have Mark Childress.
Good evening. Thank you. I come here and I support Claudia Zapata. She's doing a great job and she just needs to be recognized. And I'm also here about ICE, as well as the other members that spoke about it. A militarized police force that is masked up is not very American. This should not be a left or right issue. This should be an American issue. They're not following our Constitution, and they're terrorizing Americans. I hope this council can do what they can to protect us from being terrorized from a terrible police force with members with 47 days of training. Can you imagine our police force with 47 days of training loose in our city, doing what they will? This is not what we want in this community. This should not be a left or right issue. This should be an American issue. They're not following the Constitution. You've seen it with your own eyes. We all have. But depending on which Kool-Aid you're drinking from, I suppose, you see it a different way. But we need to look in the rearview mirror and see what the Germans did wrong back in the 30s. I'm here to speak up against this fascist idea. It needs to stop, and we need to do what we can to stop it. I know we're a small community, but we can't just say, well, we can't do anything. We have to speak up. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Jake Sullivan.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I wanted to talk just for a minute about ICE. I don't have anything real elegant to say. I think everybody can probably agree that having gangs of dudes rolling around the city, leveraging racist tactics to scare and harass our citizens is probably a bad thing. But like Kevin said correctly, I think, I doubt there's anything you guys can do to like kick ICE out, although I wish you could. And also, like Kevin said, thanks, Kevin. Way to go, local police force. Thanks for all the stuff you're doing. I appreciate that. And I hope we can all agree that those racist goons are not welcome here, right? That's all.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Mario Perez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mario Perez. I'm a Cal resident. I strongly support Agenda Item 13 because it will improve the Mary Kyle Hartson Park, benefiting all families that will visit the park by providing the much-needed public restrooms. This restroom facility will also comply with ADA guidelines, which have been my efforts in advocating for equal accessibility. This project aligns with our community goals for growth and community spirit. During occasional visits at a restaurant across Mary Kyle Hartson Park, I have witnessed park visitors enter the restaurant to simply use their public restrooms. The plumbing fixture count for the restaurant was designed and constructed to accommodate the restaurant's occupancy load, not including non-customers. This places a burden on the diners and employees of the business. If council chooses to disapprove Agenda Item 13, I encourage council to revisit the idea on providing public restrooms to accommodate all visitors to the park. Please keep in mind, this community has been waiting several years for permanent public restrooms. These restrooms will be used on a daily basis, including weekends, as well as on special occasions or events and market days. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Ella Johnston Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ella, and I work at a daycare here in Kyle. I'm here because I care deeply about this city and the people who call it home. I'm asking you to take a clear and public stance against cooperation with ICE enforcement practices that harm our community. We are often told that ICE exists for justice, safety, and legality, but the lived reality tells a different story. It was never about justice or doing it legally when courtrooms became a hunting ground. When people are arrested immediately after complying with the legal system, after showing up to hearings which they are required to attend, that is not justice. That is entrapment. It was never about safety when ICE uses fear as their primary tool. Fear keeps victims silent. Fear keeps witnesses from coming forward. Fear makes parents afraid to drive their kids to school or call 911 in an emergency. A system built on fear does not make communities safer, it makes them more vulnerable. And it was never about deporting criminals or rapists when ICE camps outside of schools abducting children. That reality contradicts the narrative we're told to accept. Kyle is a family city, a working city, a city that depends on trust between neighbors, between residents and local government, and especially between communities and law enforcement. When local institutions are seen as cooperating with ICE, that trust erodes. People stop reporting crimes. Domestic violence goes unreported. Wage theft goes unchecked. That puts everyone at risk. This isn't about refusing to follow the law. It's about recognizing that immigration enforcement is a federal responsibility and that Kyle should not be using its limited resources to assist in actions that undermine public safety and expose the city to legal and financial liability. Cities across the country have learned this the hard way. Cooperation with ICE has led to costly lawsuits, unlawful detentions, and millions of taxpayer dollars lost. Kyle should not be paying that price, financially nor morally. Most importantly, immigrants are not others. They are a part of Kyle. They are our coworkers, our classmates, our church members, and our neighbors. Many have lived here for years, even decades. Policies that enable fear, family separation, and trauma do not reflect the values this city claims to stand for. I urge you to take a public stance against ICE practices that harm Kyle residents and to commit to limiting local cooperation with immigrant enforcement beyond what is legally required. You have the power to affirm that Kyle is a city where safety does not depend on immigrant status and where dignity is not conditional. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Mikey Gurlnick. Apologies if I said that wrong.
No, that was surprisingly accurate. I'm here from the Great Springs Project. We're a regional trail and conservation organization based in Austin and working throughout the Edwards Aquifer Recharge Zone to do two things. Conserve over 50,000 acres of land to support the health of the Edwards Aquifer and the springs that it feeds, and to build a network of 100+ miles of trail connecting the Alamo to the Capitol by way of the 4 Great Springs in our area. And I'm here to speak on behalf of and to express my appreciation and gratitude to staff and to you all for considering agenda item number 5, which is a joint proposal from Great Springs Project in Hays County to the current Campo Capital Area MPO, call for projects which would fund a study of priority multi-use trail and wildlife crossings in our area, one of which would be located in the city of Kyle. We are grateful for your partnership and collaboration and hope to continue working closely again with staff and certainly with you all and the Kyle community to advance not only this extremely important segment of trail for the local trail connectivity, but also for statewide and regional connections as well. So thank you for your consideration and looking forward to working with you all.
Thank you. Up next, I have Paul Hill, please.
Good evening, Council. Excuse me. My name is Paul Hill, and I am a resident of Kyle. I live in the Post Oak subdivision on the east side of Kyle, which, if recent news stories have come across your feed, is currently sinking into the ground. And I know that several city council members have noticed that and are working on it, and I really hope that the city can work with our neighborhood to help fix our roads and address the needs that Post Oak is facing right now. I am also nominated to be a member of the Ethics Commission tonight. I am thankful to Council Member Zapata for nominating me to return to the commission. I'm proud of the service that I gave the first time around, and I'm hopeful to make you all proud this time around as well. However, I do think that the Ethics Commission needs to be reformed. I think that there may be some confusion among a lot of people as to whether or not the Ethics Commission is just a general disciplinary body for City Council and city employees, when in fact it's really just focused on a narrow set of ethical issues. So I think some clarification on what the mission is of the Ethics Commission could be useful. I think that it is unfair that a person who submits a complaint essentially becomes a prosecutor. I know that it is very difficult to even come forward and allege an ethical complaint. So then to become the person who has to essentially put on a trial is pretty unfair. I also know that there are issues with the appointment process. I know that a lot of people have concerns about council appointing people who then have to analyze their behavior for ethic violations. So I think that that's something that could be looked at as well. And I think that the rules and the process in general could just be amended by council for clarity. So I am proud of the Ethics Commission and the work that they do, but I think that there is work to be done. I also want to thank Council Member Zapata for her leadership on the ICE issue, and I want to thank Mayor Flores-Cale for her statement after the events this weekend that made it clear that all residents of Kyle deserve safety and protection. The responsibility of City Council is to its residents, and that does not mean people who are just eligible for a passport. It means anybody who lives here. Immigrants who live here have probably lived here for longer than I have, many longer than I've been alive. As somebody else said, they are our friends, our neighbors, and our family members. They pay taxes just as much as we do. They pay taxes, whether it's property taxes through rent or owning property, sales taxes, even income taxes. And more than anything else, people who have immigrated here are humans, and they deserve to be treated like humans. For those of you who don't know, I'm a prosecutor. I prosecute sex crimes against children. And our defendants are treated better than ICE treats people who they are picking up. We do not have people ripped from their cars in front of Starbucks on warrants for literal child molestation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the claps. I stood there before, and it's really difficult. If we could just make them a little bit shorter, and I mean no disrespect, because I appreciate everybody who comes up and speaks, but we have a lot to go through, and so I'll allow it just as long as it doesn't extend. So up next, I have Maria Herrera.
Good evening. My name is Maria Fernanda Palacios Herrera. I am an attorney, and I am a resident here of Kyle. I've lived here since 2000, so over now 26 years. And I'm here because our community is in a state of alarm. Just a couple of days ago, last week, right here in Kyle near the local shops, we saw the brutality and the reality of ICE operations inside our own community. We saw a community member being brutally beaten to the point where he had to be taken to the hospital. That is not just something we're watching in the news, that is something that happened right here. When federal agents wreak havoc in our grocery store parking lots, in our shopping centers, leaving neighbors bloody and families terrified, this is not public safety. It is a state-sponsored trauma to the entire community. I also want to add that not only did these ICE thugs severely harm a community member, but they also deliberately prohibited his family members from locating him at the hospital where he was located. ICE collaboration is a drain on our local resources. Our local resources should not be entangled with an agency that operates with such blatant disregard for human and constitutional rights. Collaboration with ICE will be a mass drain on the Kyle Police Department. And if we really truly care for them, then we should not place this additional burden on their already heavy responsibilities. Every officer diverted to assist a federal raid is an officer taken away from responding to local emergencies and protecting our neighborhoods. Furthermore, it destroys the thin thread of trust between police and residents. When people fear that a 911 call will end in a deportation, they stop reporting crimes, as we saw in Austin. That makes Kyle less safe for everyone. The fear that ICE permeates is not an accident, it's their tactic, and they are violating constitutional rights, causing massive panic. This is a moment that requires more than neutrality. It requires bravery and the need for local officials, city council members, and everybody else to stand up to what is clearly wrong. We expect you to be outspoken about ICE and protect our communities against ICE unlawful activities in the atmosphere of anti-immigration. Our elected officials, as our elected officials, you are not here to represent federal interests. You are here to protect this community. I urge you to take an immediate actions, and there are actions that our city council members can take. Although we might believe that there aren't, there are, and I ask that you take a stand against ICE. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Madeline Corbin.
Hello, I'm a resident of Kyle, and I've grown up visiting the city many times and chose to live here after I graduated college. I am urging Kyle City Council to take a united stand against ICE. While it's easy to assume that this issue is bigger than Kyle, we have seen firsthand how it's impacting our neighbors, making this a local city issue. You've been elected into power because the people in this community trusted you to make sure you work in the best interest of all its residents, and that includes any undocumented immigrants residing in our town. It is your job to protect the welfare, health, and safety of all residents. And I have only seen Councilwoman Zapata make it known that she is going to do everything in her power to do exactly that for everyone. And for that, thank you, Councilwoman Zapata. Many of us are scared and looking towards our elected officials to enact policy to protect our neighbors, and I know the City Council has it within their power to do more to protect your neighbors. I, along with many other residents, are disappointed in the lack of care this council has taken towards its residents of Kyle, and am demanding that you enact any and all policies possible to ensure that everyone here feels safe. Because it's not just the citizens who need to feel safe in this town. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Victor Allen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple things I wanted to go over tonight. I'd sent a request to the city many months ago asking for water usage numbers for specific builder addresses. That response was sent off to the Attorney General's office for clarification and essentially said that customer billing and usage information was private and I could not have access to it. I thought it pertinent because I believe that the Raftella study should have had a separate builder specific data bracket because the numbers in the high-end usage were so skewed that they needed to be addressed separately and then perhaps reincorporated into the study. When I received a response was true on its face. If you look further that the builders not listed as customers whose information is private, the truer statement is that it was false and builders are not private citizens and their information is not to be private. And my second point is in calling to speak to the Chief Compliance Officer at FMS Bonds, who underwrites the PID bonds, I inquired about the language of the SEC prospectus as it mirrored the contract with Six Creeks, and in fact the Six Creeks document that was included in the prospectus. Knowing that the city was in fact billing Six Creeks at the incorrect rate, his response was that they rarely question documents from municipalities unless there's a reason to do so and have no control over how Kyle billing was being handled. However, you, the City Council, know that Six Creeks is mischaracterized and not being billed in city rates. Number 3, the Raftella study could not have gotten it so wrong unless Angie Flores was directed to do so. Why? Someone wanted a specific result, and they got it. But who directed that study? And then it was presented to you with only one solution. Good question. To that end, you as council members are at the mercy of city management. You are denied staff, denied full-time positions, and have little precious time and resource to research anything you need to weigh in on. In the same way that in the 3 prior examples, you are spoon-fed tidbits of select information, so you can only make the same bad decisions that are a direct conclusion in the Raftella study ended with. My point is that all the senior management in Kyle is a failure, and that both city manager and city attorney need to be held accountable for their reckless behavior, controlling information that you have access to, and directing you to the conclusion that they want, but may or may not be appropriate to the city. My last part is as far as ICE is concerned. I was not living in Kyle 5 years ago when immigration went wild and unregulated. I often wonder why not one person in this room so far has come forward tonight and taken responsibility for that and stopped blaming everyone else for doing their jobs. I applaud the mayor for stating that our laws do apply to everyone. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Linda Sherman, please.
Hello, and first, thank you to our new council and mayor for taking steps to correct the mess which Kyle has become. I see overspending as the major problem here. You've gotten the former council and mayor in way over their heads. My next comments are directed at Councilmember Zapata. I saw that you recently publicly stated that you're opposed to ICE. You are actually publicly stating that you do not wish our city and county to follow the law. This is not your job, not the city council's job. Why? Why would you try to protect non-citizens? We have many U.S. citizens that need help. They need assistance with jobs, with bills. They want a safe neighborhood without the extra stress of illegals, some of whom commit crime, and who in some cases go after our citizens' tax dollars to support them. These illegals are taking valuable space in our emergency rooms so that American citizens cannot get the care they need in a reasonable time. Illegals have cost Texas hospitals over $1 billion in the fiscal year 2025. This sort of rhetoric from you is irresponsible and leads to violence against the law officers doing their job. They are American citizens who have every right to return home to their families safely after doing their job. If you cannot rein in your bias and attitudes, please consider stepping down as council member so that someone else can do the work that Kyle desperately needs.
Okay. All right, we're gonna cut that short. Okay, Raquel Hicks is up next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to urge you to oppose any ICE presence or cooperation in Kyle. ICE activity increases fear in immigrant communities, discourages people from reporting crimes, and makes our city less safe overall. Racial profiling and family separation are real harms, and they do not reflect Kyle's values. I ask you to take clear steps to limit ICE operations here and affirm that Kyle is a city where families can live without fear. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Larry Golick.
Mayor, Council, good evening. My name is Larry Golick. I'm a resident and retail water and wastewater customer in Six Creeks. Thanks for hearing me tonight. I recently emailed each of you a detailed packet with a condensed excerpt of the Blanco River Ranch Phase 1, Six Creeks, de-annexation and development agreement from 2017. The contract this council, previous councils, approved and recorded. It highlights in plain verbatim language in section 401, 406, but especially in 701, which requires the city's standard in-city water and wastewater rates, charges, and fees to apply to services provided within our property. It defines us as customers, the retail users in Six Creeks, and expressly makes us third-party beneficiaries under Section 12.12. I strongly encourage you to, every council member, to read that email and its attachments carefully. They focus on the city's own documents and raise clear governance questions. Does this agreement require in-city rate parity for Six Creeks customers? How did a conflicting classification arise and continue? And what must the city do to comply? To get precise legal answers, not just generalized assertions, please direct your questions to the city manager, city attorney, and city staff as needed. I'll also make myself available to any council member, to the city manager, to the city attorney, to discuss openly, answer any questions, or clarify any part of the materials. Not confrontational, just a shared goal of transparency and fidelity to the contract. To put this matter behind us efficiently and allow us to focus on improving Kyle for everyone, I respectfully request that you add an agenda item to the next regular city council meeting, February 3rd. The item should include an open discussion of the agreement, direction to staff on the classification of Six Creeks customers based on unambiguous contract language, how the city plans to make customers whole, and a briefing to the council on the steps the city will take to avoid similar interpretive or compliance mistakes in the future. Someone had mentioned development agreements earlier, and it kind of dawned on me. I do question some of the recent water and wastewater rate increases, if they can be attributed to planning by the city to the support of the Dance Ranch. You see, this land was annexed years ago. It will be an immediate tax base on the city, which is a great thing, but it's also an immediate burden. The build out of projects required for this new development will be required years in advance, resulting in current residents paying for that growth, in direct contrast to the mantra of growth pays for growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Alicia Hill.
Mayor, council members, my name is Alicia Hill. I'm here tonight to correct the record on some statements made by Councilmember Zapata on social media and provide clarity and accountability, the role of elected officials, particularly council members, and how political activism on a council platform can mislead the public, destroy your integrity and trust. First, audits and accountability. Councilmember Zapata in a recent post emphasized that the city of Kyle was what she referred to as having layered systems to safeguard public funds. What exists may be valuable in theory, but in reality, it's very different from the way it has been presented by Zapata is incomplete. The city's external financial audit is not comprehensive, not forensic, and not transactional level assurance. It is a financial statement audit based on a sampling of data, limited scope. The city's own finance director actually confirmed that the cost was approximately $160,000 to $180,000 a year, and it does not guarantee internal controls and cost effect for every dollar accounted for. Risk assessment is a planning tool, not a full audit. Saying we have tools without communicating results, findings, and corrections and enforcement of those corrective actions is not transparency. Second, a city council page and platform are not appropriate venues for inflammatory and factually incorrect political assertions, especially concerning law enforcement and federal operations such as those made by Zapata on her council page regarding federal operations in Minnesota. Her statements were factually wrong and inappropriate for a municipal official to be opining on a Minnesota matter on her Kyle council page. Immigration enforcement is federal law. Look up 8 USC, everyone. Cooperation with ICE is not extremism, it is law. A city or law enforcement agency that refuses to cooperate with or distance themselves from lawful federal enforcement is not doing public service, you are abandoning it. If you don't support enforcing the law, you are in the long line of work. Let's be clear and clear up some historical facts. President Obama enjoyed being dubbed deporter-in-chief during his term, and many of the images associated with family separation, remember kids in cages? That was Obama. Where Obama policies also included over 75% of his deportees were done without due process, courtesy of the ACLU if you'd like to fact check me on that. 75% of his deportees were done without due process. Where was all the agitation energy for that? Finally, real transparency starts here. If City Council believes in accountability, then let's have a real respectful vote.
Okay. You're good. You're good. We're good. I'm going to need you to sit down, please. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right, you guys. We're going to have to keep decor. So let's all just try to be respectful at the end of the day, please. Up next, I have David Moss.
Evening. So I'm up here actually against my better judgment. I really value my privacy and not being in the public eye. But I've been really nervous the past couple weeks, and I've expressed that a little bit and tried to help people kind of understand like what's possible out there and the things that can happen here. I don't think that it was being taken seriously enough. So I wanted to take a different approach here and talk about the things that are happening that no one here can guarantee me will not happen in this town. So Linda Vista Elementary in San Diego, there were arrests of parents during the pickup time when they're arriving to pick up their kids from school. So these are ICE arrests of undocumented people. DC Bilingual School in Washington, DC have had arrests during pickup time and drop-off time. Funson Elementary in Chicago, Illinois, the kids there were exposed to tear gas while they were in the classroom. A parent was picked up at a school bus stop in Robbinsdale, Minnesota. And then 2 days ago, ICE forced entry into a U.S. citizen's house and detained him, and then just dropped him off after confirming his identity. So these are all checked after the fact. Last month, they arrested a 16-year-old intern at a courthouse where he was interning. Kyle PD was made aware of operations in our town only after an ambulance was called. So these guys are not calling us. They have messy operations, and they don't know what they're doing, and they're not letting anyone know before they come through. This morning, Lockhart had to put out a message that ICE was operating in their town, and they're not being notified. These are the things that worry me, because I don't think anyone in this room can tell me that Hemp Hill or Tobias Elementary are not going to end up on this list. These guys are just coming through and steamrolling through every town that they're in, and they're destroying everything in their path, and they do not care what they leave behind. This is where I started my home and my family, and this is where we plan to stay. But now every day I drop my kids off at school, I get worried that something's going to happen that they're going to get exposed to, and there's nothing that anyone here can do to stop it. So all I can do is come up here and plead with you. I don't know what you can do. I don't know what rules you can put in place. I don't know how much forced communication we can put on these guys, but I'm pleading with you not to let them steamroll through this town and just destroy everything. Thank you.
All right, up next I have Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, Mayor Flores Kale and City Council members. I want to thank each one of you for the time you spend on behalf of our city. I also want to thank you for voting to get rid of the council credit cards. That's something the citizens have waited for a long time to take place, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate you voting to hold the 2026 visioning workshops in Kyle instead of Grapevine. Thank you for considering the citizens. I hope many will come and listen and learn. At this point in the city's history, trust has been damaged between citizens and some of the council city leadership. as well as some, not all, former members of council. Any and all steps towards transparency and accountability will help rebuild that trust. Today, the Hays Free Press released an article stating the City of Kyle was issued a preservation notice by the Hays County DA's office due to concerns about agreements and financial deals facilitated under the leadership of former Mayor Travis Mitchell. I urge the council to do all possible to look into what happened and to bring any wrongdoing to light. Please use a national outside firm to conduct forensic audits on our city. Please also look into the excessive use and cost of roundabouts in this city. Thank you. Councilmember Zapata feels that oversight of city spending is micromanaging, but that is actually fear-mongering. It's not micromanaging. You, this council, are tasked with oversight of the city's finances. Please find out who's overseeing City Manager Brian Langley's spending, as well as department heads, our city attorney. All of our city procurement cards expenses should be reviewed. I don't anticipate you'll find misuse among the everyday hardworking city employees that I have come across. I'm concerned about our upper management because as far as we can tell, no one is reviewing their cards. The finance officer said he's not, and they can't be tasked with overseeing their own cards. The audits that Councilmember Zapata was speaking of, as is stated before, is not a review, it's a sampling of expenses that are looked at. I would also like to see agenda items 14, 15, the animal shelter brought up to the top of the discussion. A blank check is not beneficial to our city. We need a definitive amount for that project. Williamson County has an interlocal agreement that's about 5 pages longer than ours, providing detail of the costs and responsibilities. Our interlocal agreement is not detailed. How is the Dripping Springs office, satellite office, going to affect Kyle? I don't think that's been mentioned at all. And then I'm not going to get into all of the ICE law enforcement, but when I was young, my dad, after learning how to drive, I lived in a foreign country. We had American community, foreign community. He always taught me, when you get the lights flashing behind you, just pull over, comply. And I would just urge everyone to comply with law enforcement and don't impede them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Liam Sinute. Feel free to correct me.
It's Sprudy, but you're fine. It happens. It's German. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord, your God. I have no pretty words. I have no speech. I only have the words of the Lord to guide me here today, and he has told me that what ICE is doing is wrong. Federal enforcement coming in masked, unidentified, who are ignoring due process and ripping families away from each other is wrong, no matter what way you look at it and no matter what law you wish to convince yourself makes it right. It is wrong to strip these people away from their families, and it is wrong to censure any representative who would speak out against that. We are a community here. We are neighbors. We are loved ones. We cannot be allowing federal agents who answer to no one but themselves, who investigate themselves after they kill American citizens for exercising their First Amendment. This is unjust what the federal government is doing and what they are trying to bring into our community. I didn't know this meeting was going to happen until about an hour and a half ago, maybe a little more than that. And I had no idea what I was going to say and what you would be able to do against ICE. But you need to do everything within your power to protect the citizens among you, the Americans among you, the children of God that you see in your church every day who simply want to live peacefully in the city that they grew up in, and that is being denied to because of ICE coming into our town and trying to terrify us because immigration is a problem that must be solved. It does not have to be solved like this, and we all know it. They do not have to roll through and abduct people without asking any question. I urge you, whatever power you have, whatever the Kyle Police Department can do to stop ICE agents from ripping us from each other, you have to do it. And if you won't do it because the law tells you to, if you won't do it because I tell you to, do it because the Lord tells you to.
Okay, up next I have Lauren President.
Sorry about that. It's been a long day. Thanks for having me. I literally just ran from Dripping Springs, and we just gave over 55 free microchips and rabies to that community. With the uptick on Saturday, we gave out over 377 rabies and microchips to all of Hays County, and lots of Kyle people came. Would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge this was a heavy meeting, and I'm just going to change the subject for a minute, even though I don't like ICE either, so I'll just keep it moving. I'm here to support the interlocal agreement to partner with Hays County. I hope that the extra time and clarity that you guys have has helped y'all figure out that you're ready to move forward. I do want to address some of the concerns that have been brought up, which are where are the resources in this agreement? We have to have the resources in there. Well, I just want to make sure that if you don't know what the resources that are already here for the citizens of Kyle and all of Hays County, is that there was today a proclamation to spay and neuter. And what we do at PALS is we give out free and low-cost spay and neuters. Just for Hays County residents is it free. If you're low income, you can apply. Just in this actual city last year, we gave out 369 pets a free surgery. I don't know if anybody's been to the vet lately, but it's well over hundreds of dollars. People just can't afford it. So the resources are there. They're here for that. Not only that, I wanted to also let you know, if you didn't know, we do have a contract with the City of San Marcos Animal Regional Shelter, where we have a domestic violence, unhoused, and elderly boarding facility for emergency boarding. And people in Kyle have already used it. Brianna, our Kyle ACO, if she has an issue, I think someone had to go to the hospital, we take their animals until they get out. We've done that for San Marcos Regional Animal Shelter. That's a resource that exists, and we're using it. We might not advertise it all the time, but it's happening every day. The resources people are getting. We have the pet food pantry. There's 3 of them in the county. There's one at our residence on Rancho 12. There's a big one at the health department, and they can also go to the San Marcos Regional Animal Shelter and just walk into the intake, and there's a bag and there's food that they can get if they need it. Another of the issues I just don't know if people realize is that municipalities cannot treat own animals because it's illegal in the state of Texas. So you can't, as a municipality, spay and neuter a pet or give a vaccine or anything medical. It's just not allowed. So you do have to partner and work with outside organizations, which we have so fortunately coveted and, darn it. But anyway.
Thank you. All right, up next is Paige. And Paige, I apologize. I know you personally, but I don't know how to say your last name.
Paige Giordano.
Giordano. Thank you.
No worries. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Paige Giordano, and I am a resident and property owner in Kyle. I am speaking today with great concern about the past and ongoing ICE operations happening within the city of Kyle. A few miles from where we are standing, a man was beaten so badly by federal ICE he had to be hospitalized. I appreciate KPD putting out a timely statement on what happened that day. However, the video of the man's detainment was shared all over local pages, and people are scared. A large portion of the population in Kyle is Latino. Many fear this is a very real threat that ICE could turn their gaze towards them or their loved ones at any time, on the street, at hospitals, grocery stores, or dropping off their kids at school. I know that council doesn't have jurisdiction over the actions of federal agents, but you do have jurisdiction over the public places and the people that are here. I'm asking city council members to please speak up for the people who are scared and to call for unity. I'm appreciative to see that Councilwoman Sabata has already taken a stance publicly and offered support to residents here, despite all of the pushbacks and call for recall she has faced. Thank you for speaking up. And I would support any other council member that would use their platform or power to call for unity. I'm also asking council look into anything that they can do legally to protect the people here and keep ICE from traumatizing our residents. If that means folks criticize you and call you an activist, I'd embrace it. It's much more tame than the violence and fear people are facing. Speaking of violence, I don't think ICE officers are trained very well in comparison to our own local officers. The agents are acting recklessly like bullies and are acting violently before asking any questions. They don't care about due process, and this is not a sign of a healthy democracy. I urge you to speak up for our communities and do anything in your power to protect Kyle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Dominique Villarreal.
Hi, you said it right. Oh, no, you're good. I'm nervous too. This is my first time, guys. Please bear with me. Thanks, Mayor and Council people. Sorry. ICE came to Kyle and shook this peaceful community. We had a community member get injured and hospitalized by ICE. We have seen how aggressive these ICE agents are from other incidents from other states. We have even seen an ICE agent murder an American bystander. We do not need ICE in our community. They spark fear and hate, which I know the Kyle community is quite the opposite of that. What we need more in this world is peace and unity, and illegals are still human, and they still deserve to be treated right and fairly. Thank you.
All right, up next, Melina Hilago Perez.
Hello, thank you so much for having me here. I would like to thank Councilmember Zapata for bringing awareness to this meeting because this is my first time. And as a U.S. citizen, I'm terrified about ICE being in our community. They are violently tearing apart our homes, our family, our lives, and they have terrorized our public spaces and kidnapped people as anonymous masked agents. They're targeting our schools, our work, our sacred spaces, and it was never about deporting criminals. It was about bringing fear into our homes and giving racial biases a place to thrive and hurt our communities. I urge you to remove ICE from our cities and our public spaces and to protect your community. Immigrants are people too. They are human beings, and the people who support ICE have lost all humanity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Nathaniel Harden.
Hey, good evening, Council and Mayor Flores-Cale. My name is Nathaniel Harden, and I live over at the Brick and Mortar District off of 1626, and I plan to stay there for this foreseeable future at least. And I'd like to start by saying that I'm just grateful to have the privilege to get and to stand up here and talk to y'all. I work in food service, and a lot of my coworkers almost never get a night off. So just to have this opportunity to be here, have the time for it, I'm just super grateful for it. And it's with the support and the blessings of my coworkers that I'm speaking in front of you today. And like many of my fellow residents, I'm here to speak with regard to the recent ICE raids here in Hays County, including right here in Kyle. I know you've heard this already, but I'll say it again for the record. A man was beaten bloody by masked federal agents on our streets, requiring the deployment of our emergency medical services to treat him. This is concerning to me as a resident because the existence of violence anywhere in our community, especially that which is perpetrated by the federal government, threatens the safety and well-being of every person here. There's ample evidence in the field of psychology which shows us that when people are chronically scared and insecure, they are more likely to act impulsively and violently. In short, violence begets more violence. The presence of ICE does nothing to make our community safer. And this is also coupled with the fact that this raid caused a burden on city services. The violent conduct of the masked federal agents who carried out this raid led to the need for emergency medical services to be called. That's our tax dollars at work, y'all. All to treat a man whose only crime was wanting to live and work in Kyle, Texas. He deserves better. We all deserve better than that. Now, Mayor Flores Cale, yesterday you posted a picture of Dr. Martin Luther King with the quote, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" And I'll pose this question to every single person in this room. What are you doing for others amid these raids which are destabilizing our community? And look, I know that we don't have a whole lot that we can do. We're standing up against a Goliath here, but I know that you'll all have the power of the platform to make a difference. And now is the time to take a stand. You have the opportunity to be the leaders we elected you to be. Leaders who can take a stand against federal overreach and protect our residents from a government who seeks to harm us for its own political gain. The time to act is now. And I will close by simply asking all of you, what sort of story do you want your actions to tell? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Walt Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. It's good to see you all again. I just wanted to reiterate again the commitment that Hays County has made to the ILA that is to be discussed tonight and to our whole animal care community. It's been amazing to watch our court come together and coalesce around a solution to a problem that is truly countywide. I myself, whenever we first did, ordered a space and needs assessment for the entire county on animal care, really had issue with one centralized facility. And the plan that has come forward, y'all are an intricate part of providing one of those facilities in conjunction with the county. The best part about it, in my view, is that our residents will get the same level of service in any other facility that we have, and we're gonna set a gold standard in working with y'all in the city of Buda. I can't, again, express how excited I am that we've reached this point. This has been about a 3-year process. I commend my colleagues, Commissioners Cohen and Commissioners Inglesby, on the absolute yeoman's work they've done with y'all's staff and the council as well. And I'll stick around until y'all consider that item in case y'all need an additional resource or background on any of the questions that you may have. Again, I was not part of the negotiation of that agreement. I've just seen it come to court and been part of those debates, but I am more than happy to share any and all knowledge that I have. And thank you again.
Thank you. Up next, I have Alfonso Salazar.
Council, Mayor, citizens, my name is Alfonso Salazar. I'm a Kyle resident. I'm also a 12-year military police veteran for the United States Air Force, the Air National Guard, and the state of Texas. I'm an alert-trained operator. I'm a taser trainer. I'm a use of force trainer. I'm a hand-to-hand combat instructor. I now run my own law firm that does civil rights and criminal defense. Someone here said that the reactions to ICE are emotional, and I think that's kind of on point, so I wanted to bring us to a different direction and focus on something outside of my opinion and focus on Kyle. Councilwoman Zapata and any council member here can speak how they see fit. They represent us through their votes. And if at the end of their term, if you don't like their votes, you can elect someone else. But it's not the citizens' right to go and try to silence everybody simply because they represent us. As I said, they represent us with their votes. If you're concerned about undocumented criminals in our county, the county already has a policy for that. If anybody is arrested for any crime and is undocumented, an order is then, a document that's an order from ICE is created and immigration comes and picks them up. So those criminals are no longer in our county. If you truly support our law enforcement officers, why would you want to place them into a situation that could potentially harm them? Untrained officers are dangerous for their support and everyone in the area. Why expose our officers, our county, and the city to lawsuits or any kind of other harm that's going to come our way? Supposedly ICE has carte blanche qualified immunity. They can do whatever they want, whenever they want, and nobody's going to be held responsible for that. But my brothers and sisters in arms do not have that same immunity. And we're going to waste our tax dollars because some federal agent came and assaulted one of our citizens or an undocumented member while they were just happened to be present. All I know is that law enforcement's job is to make our community safer. And if all of the acts that were done federally or locally were making our area safer, we wouldn't be needing to have these conversations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Up next, I have Allie Sutton.
Excuse me. Hello, Council. It's my great honor to be able to stand in front of you tonight. To the last gentleman's point, I was a U.S. Air Force veteran. Excuse me. I was honorably medically discharged, and then went on to work as a police officer in the Austin area for about 3.5 years, and then have gone on to do other things since that time and had a child and moved out of the area, but ultimately moved back into Kyle because this is a safe place. This is like what Austin used to be a long time ago, a place that has culture and family and people who take care of each other and good schools and people who communicate with each other. And this is a place that you come to that you don't ask questions about people, you just become family. And the pictures that we're seeing are people getting ripped off the streets. And it's really scary. You guys have a phenomenal police department. You have done what Austin hasn't been able to do. You have a law enforcement who is highly trained. They've gone through a lot more use of force. They're held to a much higher standard. We already have a working law enforcement system, to the gentleman before me's point. That's all I really came to say, but thank you for your time, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no more forms. Does anybody else want to speak before I close citizens' comments? Okay, we have 3 people. All right.
Hi, my name is James Martinez. I'm born and raised in Austin, Texas, but I bought a house here in Kyle about 3 years ago. So every weekend, I make breakfast for my kids, I make coffee, and then we go to the park. We go to Greg Clark, Steeplechase. We go all over Kyle. I have 4 kids that I don't want to be in the house. And we've done that for the last 3 years. And last weekend was the first weekend where I had to think twice about doing that. You know, because I'm brown and I make brown babies. And we didn't go to the park last weekend. Last weekend I went to Cabela's and I bought a holster and I bought a Smith & Wesson. I don't want that responsibility, but I feel unsafe. I'm terrified. I have a 6-year-old, and the thought of my children being ripped from me and being put in a detention center with people with no self-control and what they might go through, I can't bear it. It's too much. And I wish I can say that I'm being overdramatic, but I'm not, because we've seen this happen time and time again in other parts in the country. And I just want you guys to know that these feelings are real and that what's happening is very real to members of your community. I'm not only born and raised in Austin, Texas. My parents are, my grandparents are. My great-grandfather is born in Brackenridge Hospital and is the only hospital in Central Texas, basically. I'm a citizen. But if I'm in a room with people you deem that you might think are illegal, how would you tell that I'm not? And as an American, we have rights. And if they take my rights away, yours are going to be next. It only makes sense. It only makes sense, right? You're going to find yourself in 5 years saying, you can't do this to me, I have rights. And they're going to say, no, you voted those rights away in the I Hate Brown People Act of 2025 or whatever. I believe in America. I believe in this country. It's a free country. That's why I love it, and I'm going to fight for it. And I think we all should, and you should too. Thank you.
Okay, I saw 2 more hands up. When you come up, could you please state your name, and also if you could fill out a form in the end, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
My name is Nathan Warren. I live in Buda, Texas. I've been here for about 15 years. I'm from North Carolina originally, but you know, I'm an American and I'm human, and I feel like that's what we all are. And sorry, it makes me emotional too, because like it's like I'm here for them, man. Like, cause my white ass can sit home and not get messed with. So it's not right. And for people that say, like, I'm not scared, are you scared? I'm not getting hurt, are you getting hurt? Yeah, well, it's gonna come for you at some point, and you're not gonna like it. And when all the people around you are being snatched, basically for the color of their skin, then I think you would be upset too if it were your people. And just because it's not your people doesn't mean you got to sit this one out. You know, you got to show up for other people. You got to have compassion. Again, I'm not religious, but where the hell is the compassion, Christians? Seriously, where's y'all's compassion? I'm a Buddhist. I'm a white Buddhist dude in the middle of Texas, right? But I got more compassion, I think, than most of the Christians in this room, or maybe not in this room, but are the ones that are behind ICE, the ones that are voting for these policies, the ones that are looking the other way, while they're ripping people from their cars, while they're making stuff up, while they are not held accountable. It's one thing to do something because someone broke the law and you go through due process and you have a habeas corpus and you actually do the whole thing. There's laws there for a reason, but they're not actually following any of those laws, and they basically have been told they don't have to. These are dudes that, you know, I don't know, a month ago were on their shooting range drinking Bud Light. I'm sorry, not Bud Light, because that's not kosher enough. They're drinking something else, sitting around talking about how they want to control things that they can't control, and here they are to control it, you know, because they've been given this opportunity to come and take people that have less than them and you know, exploit them. And what's even crazier is y'all are trying to censure somebody? Like, for what? For saying the truth? Like, what the hell is wrong with you people? Seriously, the ones that don't, I don't get it. Like, what book are you reading? What video are you looking at? Because we're looking at the same thing, and we're coming up with different conclusions. One of them is wrong, but y'all just keep saying the same stuff. And again, when I'm saying y'all, I don't know who I'm speaking to. You know, I know it's because I don't know everybody, I don't know everybody's opinion, but ICE does not belong here in my community. It doesn't belong here scaring the people in my community. Again, I can sit at home and not do shit, but I'm here because I believe in people and I believe in America. And if it wasn't for immigrants, speaking of myself from England, where the hell would we be?
All right, I have Kenneth Rocha, please.
Hello, Mayor, Council. I'm Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. And 3 things I want to talk about. So I've been following the discussions regarding our city's financial oversight. I acknowledge that we have the Weaver risk assessment, the city manager's budget strategy, internal audit, and budget processes, and the open data portal. But none of these replace the need for a deep dive audit. The request for an audit is not a drastic action, but serves as a standard business verification. I feel reinstating the Finance and Audit Committee to act as our independent evaluators is a good idea. Let's move past the paperwork and deliver the forensic certainty this community was promised. I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to serve my community in any capacity as a nominee for the Ethics Commission. And I thank you all for your commitments to our city. I'm also here answering the call from members of this council that my voice is needed. I believe it is my duty as a father, a public safety professional, a civil servant, to do what I can to make sure my family, my friends, and my fellow community members are safe. I wholeheartedly believe in the public safety professionals we have here in the city, and I trust our chief's decisions to equip the staff with any appropriate level of training and development that ensures both I and they remain safe and secure in our community. Remember, doing the right thing is always the right thing. Regarding the animal shelter ILA and operational oversight, I'll say, Councilmember Tobias, your concern about operational control is spot on. Go with your gut. Regarding ethics, I'll ask that there is a clear, is there not a clear recusal or disclosure standards within the ethics code? Currently, look what we are faced with now. In light of the recent legal scrutiny of the city's handling of ethics complaints and public records, I respectfully request again that council consider a forward-looking governance policy that implements ethics safeguards such as pay-to-play or cooling off policies into our ethics code and our charter. It is a proactive, nonpartisan reform that enhances confidence and aligns with best practices seen in other Texas cities. Go with your gut. I appreciate y'all's time. Doing the right thing is always the right thing. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So it looks like citizens' comments is now closed. All right, moving on to agenda order. Is there anything that anybody would like to pull forward from the agenda? I did hear someone ask for 14 and 15 to be brought up. Is there anyone opposed to that? No? Okay. So we are going to stick agenda item 14 and 15. It's to the top. All right. So we can do that right under, do you want to do that before consent?
Yes, we
Okay.
can do that.
So we'll do it right after reports and presentation. We'll bring up agenda
Yes, ma'am.
items 14 and 15.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. So we have reports and presentations. We're going to receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback on a conceptual design and engagement strategies for Greg Clark Park and Waterleaf Park. Item presenter, David Lopez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. The moment a ribbon is cut on any capital asset, the life clock begins for the useful life. Most capital projects average 50 to 20-year lifespan, depending on what the asset is. To reach the minimum lifespan and ensure good stewardship, maintenance and upkeep by well-trained staff is essential, using best management practices. When the useful life of a capital asset expires or goes beyond its useful life, it's essential to ensure public safety and continue access by residents for the replacement of that asset for the best quality of life outcomes. As our community grows, its needs grow, and the city must carefully manage its existing park inventory as well as the new needs. Failure to properly plan for parks can result in dangerous deferral of maintenance, poor quality of projects that will never reach their useful life by poor design, contradictory or counterproductive assets, futile spending, inequity, high barriers to entry, and inability to meet the needs for a healthy community and an environment. Greg Clark Park is one of our most beloved parks and highly utilized in the city of Kyle. It acts as a community hub. It's a park for families. However, it is rapidly declining due to lack of complementary design, some poorly designed assets, and assets at or beyond their useful life. Waterleaf Park also has much potential for additional trail access, for recreation activities, outdoor education, and conservation, but needs proper planning to ensure the optimal investment for optimized programming that serves the community. Tonight we'll be going over some project background for these two parks, an activities update, what we've done for public engagement. We're going to review concepts for each of these parks as well as the remaining schedule and presentations for the master planning of Greg Clark Park and Waterleaf Park. So at this time I'd like to introduce the project team. Chris Escoto Parks and Recreation serves as our Deputy Director. William Atkinson is the Parks Planning and Projects Manager. He's been working hard on this. Here tonight we also have Brian Jansen, Project Manager from Friesen Nichols, our consultant for these projects, as well as David Buchanan, both landscape architects. So what is a master plan? A master plan sets the long-term vision for the park. It's going to provide the proper guidelines to say if we're going to invest in the capital asset maintenance and replacement, what is the most efficient way to accomplish this that incorporates everything the community is needed through our comprehensive PROS master plan, as well as these individual public input meetings. So we are sure that we are relevant and lining you up with community needs. It's going to show you the concept at a conceptual level. It doesn't go into construction design, but it's going to show you where placement is and programming is optimal. It's also going to show you the cost phasing because these projects are expensive and rarely are they realized in one swing at the plate. They take time, they take careful investment and due diligence. And this plan is going to ensure that we're making informed decisions for the future. So our project team, again, we're master planning. We began this in May of 2025, following closely on the heels of the adoption of our Parks and Recreation and Open Space Master Plan. Both these parks are identified as key targets as part of this comprehensive plan, and the effort aligns with needs that we've identified system-wide. The end result is clear guidance on informed decisions, as mentioned earlier, and it's going to be our roadmap to successfully accomplishing that. All right, at this time, I'd like to invite Brian Jansen of Friesen Nichols to go into the first part of the presentation, which I believe would cover Greg Clark Park.
Thank you, David. Council, it's great to be in front of you here today to talk about sort of our activities that we've been engaged in as we sort of plan out these two parks. What we're going to talk about today is we're going to dive in just a little bit deeper on the master planning process. We're going to do a summary for you guys on our initial findings from our site inventory and analysis of the park conditions. And we're going to have an overview of the public input. And then we're going to show you some of the early conceptual designs for both parks. So to expand on what David said a little bit, the master planning process is sort of broken up into 4 categories. The first one being the inventory and assessment, the second one being conceptual development, followed shortly thereafter by public engagement, and then the final master planning process. So during the inventory and assessment phase, we've done a topographic survey out at Greg Clark Park. We've had a pool assessment done for the pool. We have done numerous on-the-ground assessments, and we've done some opportunities and constraints mapping. And so layering on top of that, we begun a concept development phase. We initiated several concepts that we have shown to not only the public, but also to the Parks Board. Once we have done that, we took that to the community. We showed them our efforts thus far, laid out our conceptual designs, asked them for input on certain aspects and preferences. And then now what we're going to be embarking on after this meeting is the final master plan process. So the big key takeaway for that is we will be developing the cost opinions. So right now we're still in a vision establishment phase. And so once we get that tied down, we will able to, like what David said, we'll be able to phase these projects and packages depending on the funding that's available, whether that's through a CIP or a grant or what have you. So moving on to the findings that we had on the park conditions, I want to back up just a little bit and talk a little bit about the history of where these parks have sort of come over the past 30 years. In 1996, Greg Clark Park was basically undeveloped land. Then in 1997, the development started. There was a north-south access road that's still there today. Tennis courts and basketball courts were added, playgrounds, and some ball fields. Then in 2005, the James Atkin Pool opened for business, and coincidentally, that was the same year that Waterleaf Park came online. Waterleaf sort of developed a little bit, over the next decade, but essentially since 2005, Waterleaf has not had substantive improvements. Then in 2011, the fourplex that's there now today for the Little League was opened at Greg Clark. And then in 2019, the Ash Pavilion opened. So what we have is about 30 years of, basically a scattershot development that has, it's now showing its age. So to David's point, what we're trying to do is take all of this information and sort of plan out the next iteration of each of these parks for the next generation of 25 to 30 years. Parks is also concerned about the ongoing operation and maintenance concerns relating to the upkeep and maintenance of the infields for the ball diamonds, the playgrounds, the surfacing, which always has to be maintained, every other year or so. And so what we're trying to avoid is, with this planning effort, is all the unintended consequences of the type of park planning that is expediting something based on an immediate need without having a plan in place to sort of fit those puzzle pieces in where they fit. So the goal for this effort, again, is to sort of create a unifying aesthetic throughout both of these parks. We want them to be functional. We want them to, we want to maximize the programming at these parks and do it in a safe and accessible way. I want to go through now some of the public engagement activities that we've been doing. So starting back in September, we had our first meeting with the Kyle Parks Board. We talked about some of their goals and objectives. Following that, we had a half-day charrette session with the city staff and the Parks Department. We talked through anything from, aquatics programming to sort of the newly adopted PROS master plan and what type of activities may be shifting around the city that we may take advantage of to free up, additional real estate at some of these parks. Then in early December, we had two public meetings. We had one on the west side of town and one on the east side of town. And then we also had a staff pop-up event at the Grinch Fest. So we got a lot of folks that were attending that dropped by to give us feedback on the concepts. And then in mid-December, we came back to the Parks Board and showed them two concepts which we had released out to the public and gotten their feedback from. So during those public engagement events, we had over 100 participants come to the two of those meetings in early December, which we thought was a really exceptional turnout because of, it's right in the middle of the holiday season. We had some very engaged groups that attended. We asked for their preference on the concepts that we were presenting. We asked them for a preference on the list of amenities that we were proposing, and we just sought their general comments and feedback. And then again, like I mentioned, we had a pop-up event at the Grinch Fest, and we have given several presentations to the Park Board throughout this entire process. Now, before we get into the concepts, I would like to mention some of the early wins that each of these parks has going for it right now. As probably all of you are aware, there is a current all-wheel skate park under design for Greg Clark Park. And then at Waterleaf Park, there was a new and expanded playground that was, I think the ribbon cutting was around Halloween of this year. So brand new shade canopies, brand new equipment, surfacing, etc. There's also a parking lot project at Waterleaf, which is going to be coming online shortly. That's still in design. And then there's also a new restroom facility that's going to be an amenity for the Vibe Trail, which comes through Waterleaf Park. So I wanted to share these because what we did was sort of with this idea of making a plan that fits for, phased rollout over time. We wanted to let you guys know that we were considering all of these improvements and they are incorporated within our plans so that we won't have any wasted effort in moving forward with any of these additional amenities that we're proposing at either of these parks. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague David, and he'll walk you through the park concepts.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to stand in front of y'all and talk to y'all about these concepts we've been working on quite hard and heavy with both Waterleaf and Greg Clark. Again, out of respect to time, I'll do my best to be as high level as possible. I could talk for hours on each one of these, so I'll try to do my best to summarize them to the best of my ability in a precise and organized way. So first and foremost, we'll start out with Waterleaf. Again, what we'll be presenting today are some of our preliminary upfront findings. So as Brian mentioned, we've been on site a few times. And what we do is in that site assessment, it helps us organize our thoughts and help us organize programmatic and systematically where things should be placed. And so I'll walk you through that for each park, and then for both parks, I'll present to you all the two alternatives for conversation today. Again, if there are questions, because I'm sure there will be, there's a lot to digest in a short amount of time, please let me know at the end and we'll do our best to address those. So starting off, first and foremost is Waterleaf. What you see on the exhibit on screen is sort of a quick summation of our preliminary on-site assessments. And the way we've sort of framed and organized the site for Waterleaf, there's really 4 unique zones, and I'll sort of work my way north to south. North of Plum Creek, there's a beautiful open nature area that we really wanted to highlight. Separating that nature area and the southern open active is a pretty nice forested area that we want to do our best to preserve. And then between those, we have this open transition space. Again, a future implementation of the Vibe Trail, a good way to connect people to place. And then scattered about, we've begun to highlight some of the pedestrian entrances and vehicular entrances. One key point here is most of the entrances for Waterleaf are pedestrian focused today, with one major entrance to the existing parking lot on the south end. Again, like Brian had mentioned, a really quick win. Those who've been out there, the existing playground out there is fantastic. So we want to make sure that we work with those proposed improvements as part of our conceptual development. So looking at the two concept alternatives, Waterleaf's a bit unique, and there's a lot of underlying sort of tones between both concepts A and concept B. Walking you through concept A, I'll briefly introduce you to the graphic to make sure that's interpreted, and then I'll walk you through some of the organization of the proposed programmatic items. So what you'll see here on plan, we have a legend which is associated with the plan, the legend and the numbers associated back to the plan, so hopefully you can translate between the two. In white across the plan, you'll see our proposed trail segments, and there's different widths of those based on what they'll be used for throughout the park site. And then you'll see some dashed areas down there next to Abundance for the proposed parking lot. So what we looked at concept A is really in nature with a balance of recreation. Like I mentioned in the previous exhibit, we really want to hone in a lot of the nature aspects to the northern edge of the site and really hone in and focus and expand upon the programmatic demand on that south end. So conceptually, you'll see this Vibe Trail that links the entire site together. And what we wanted to do was be able to connect both sides of Plum Creek to both the recreation and active. So on the northern section, you'll see that number 2, which is a small trail that comes off of the Vibe Trail that will tie into number 4, which is educational boardwalk. What we want to do is get people active and out into the floodplain, but in a safe manner. So what we're looking at doing is using education as a key theming for that north segment with a focus on, again, nature and passive recreation. As we move down the Vibe Trail, which is highlighted there in number 1, we get to that southern section, which right now actively is a series of ball fields with open play. What we wanted to do is do our best to try to organize all of that. Again, similar to Greg Clark, there's a bit of disjointedness, so we wanted to use the trails to help connect all of that together. And so the idea is we're going to preserve the existing restroom, obviously utilize the new playground, which is fantastic, expand upon the parking lot, which you'll see there highlighted in 7, and then begin to look at reorientation of the ball fields to help align with the existing restroom, which you see there in 6 and 8. And then just east of that, what we began to do on Concept A is sort of highlight the idea of open space. And open space, right now we've shown a few fields in there just sort of to get a diagrammatic feel of what would fit, but the idea is that would be just an active open recreation zone. One of the key components to both Concept A and Concept B, those who've been to site, you'll see that area which is highlighted there, 5. Right now there's a drainage channel that carries through there. It's somewhat of an engineered channel, and our intent and our goal is to make that a nice amenity as a focal point as part of the improvements on this park. So you can see there, instead of it being a straight line channel, we began to meander that to create, again, an interesting key point and key focus as part of these concepts.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Absolutely.
Okay, so can you go back to the last page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this right here, if we could have this incorporated onto the next page, because I think what's going to be important for everybody on this dais to understand is we have a creek that runs through here, and that's Plum Creek. It runs from west to east, Kyle. It goes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. But most importantly is we have to be really strategic as to not put too much impervious coverage over there, because that's also where our wastewater outlet is. And so we want to protect that at all costs. So if you'll skip to the next one, this one right here doesn't incorporate that Plum Creek as far as where it's designed is going to be within the map. So if you could in future use place the Plum Creek in this one. So when I look at it, I can see, okay, this is a Vibe Trail. I understand the Vibe Trail is going to be 12 feet wide. And is it going to be concrete, or do we know what that's going to be yet?
That's a conversation. I know the Vibe Trail currently is in design, and I'm sure Chris or David can answer more in detail. Plum Creek is shown. If you see that blue line that carries to the middle of the site, that is the translation of the previous graphic, which is Plum Creek through.
Okay, so that long straight blue line is Plum Creek?
Yeah.
Okay, and so where on here, because I have to keep flipping back and forth, is going to be the wastewater outlet. Is that when you talk about the natural drainage channel?
So, I may not understand exactly which outlet you're talking about, but.
It's. Yeah.
I think that's further southeast. It's
Okay,
outside
can
of
we
this
get that
property.
incorporated into this map so we can see how it's all going to
Absolutely.
be effective? I do appreciate the snapshots, but for me, I need to see the big picture
Yeah.
to make sure that when we lay this impervious coverage down, that we are going to make a point to protect our Plum Creek.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a key component. It's a good point you made, is most of you'll see our improvements are outside of the floodplain, which you can see there in that light blue. What we want to do is make sure people are safe, and we want to make sure it's maintainable. So we try to locate as much of that as we can outside of that floodplain. So thank you. So moving on to Concept B, again, it's a lot of similarities, so I won't walk you too much through on the north side. The big change is there on that southeast corner, where we translate some of the open space to more of a mountain bike themed location, which includes a jump track, a children's pump track, and then a adult pump track. And again, I'll dive into a bit of the preferences, and you'll see there's a lot of common conversation at these public engagement meetings, and the want for a new programmatic item that may not exist too heavily within the city of Kyle be incorporated here at Waterleaf. Yes, ma'am.
So the Bunton Wildflower Loop is where 1 is, right?
It's 3. So there's a whole series of trails, and it's a little bit hard to interpret. But
the Wildflower Loop is not at 3.
Yeah, it's 3 on this concept. So you can see, I believe that's the loop trail you're talking about there. No.
Sorry, it's just north of the Plum Creek watershed, with the nature area. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's more, because it's down, that is in Bunton Preserve.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't that like where 1 is?
I don't think so.
I believe it's the area north.
I think it's there next to 2, and it carries along the edge of creek.
In
there.
here?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Because there is a drainage channel that comes from the south side to the north side in that area as well, and I'm not really seeing that on there.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. We drove through there. We walked through there. I don't remember that in particular, but.
And I remember that there's also part of the Vibe Trail is supposed to go through that area.
Yeah, and the Vibe Trail is highlighted there in one, so it extends throughout the entirety of the park. We'll continue.
Yeah, but that doesn't go through the.
We'll continue northwest
button.
and then continue north.
And Dr. Harris, I believe your desire, and why you're asking, is so we can preserve these areas. And yeah, we're going to ensure that we have nature preservation incorporated in this project. And that was demonstrated also in that first slide, with the clustered images. But to your point, we're going to conserve that.
Okay, thank you.
In both concepts.
When you guys do that, could you just mark it on the map so there's no question?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Because that is a particularly sensitive area, being Blackland Prairie. And we've been trying to restore that for several years now.
Yeah, and we definitely want to tread as lightly as possible there, for sure. So moving on, again, like Brian had mentioned, we've been through a couple of public meetings. We were able to present both of these concepts at those meetings. And we did a sort of bubble, stick a dot on the preferences. And as you can see here, there was a pretty large preferences for the second concept, which had that focus of both nature and mountain biking as part of that. As a matter of fact, the response was pretty overwhelming on one side, and we were quite surprised. But again, fantastic results. And then as a sort of an amenity and accessory to the concepts, we actually had 2 image boards. And what that allowed us to do was begin to understand visually the direction that the community may want to lead in terms of what they want to see on site. And sort of the summary of that for Waterleaf are we've prioritized the top 5. First and foremost was a lot of voting and want for mountain bike related amenities. And so we had this image of the adult pump track, again, highly popular, highly wanted as part of that conversation. The second conversation was the extension of mountain bikes and mountain bike trails throughout the entirety of the park. Again, trying to be cognizant of making sure we don't disturb too much, but incorporating that within the park space. As an extension of the new playground, the idea of having a children's pump track as programmatically tied to that and be an amenity to the adult pump track was highly sought after. And then you won't catch me doing it, but the idea of that jump track was pretty popular too, and definitely a want from the community. And then following that immediately, once you get past the mountain bike, was the preservation of nature. People want trails. People want that preservation to happen. So we want to make sure that's reflected.
That really surprised me that you had such a large percentage that were commenting on the biking. Because I know our bike group there, and I know our hiking group and our nature group, and that doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah.
There's something a little off about those particular meetings, I think. I love the bike group. They're very vocal, they're very organized, they're great, and we definitely want to support the bike facilities. But I'm really questioning how that got so very biased, because I know they're a smaller percentage of the population.
May I add, was there a large response for those item number 3, jump track and pump track from the input itself? Because that's what I had here that I was writing down. What was the public input referencing that? Because when you ride a bike, you can just ride around the trail for so long, but it's not that exciting after a while. And I can tell you this, 2 little boys in San Marcos in 1976, Michael and Stephen Tobias, had a plywood board that was painted red, white, and blue and had Evel Knievel on it. And so we were jumping ramps back then. So I'm wondering if the input that was giving for number 3 and number 4 was something to show a little bit more, maybe not the entire trail, but sections of the trail to where you could have those kind of cool little features to it too.
Yeah,
and
and
so,
if you go back to that concept B, those were really tucked into, let me go back so I can highlight. I wish I had a pointer to help better communicate. But if you see the 11, 12, and 13 there in that bottom right corner, we really honed in and focused those into a small group, because we know they can be louder and they can be a little disturbing. So we wanted to make sure we we clumped them together because they all have the same sort of programmatic intent.
Okay.
And we want to make sure it didn't impede with any type of nature that's
But we do have the new, bike center at Greg Clark going in that was a multi-million-dollar project. I don't know that we need to include these smaller bike projects. I mean, the off-road bikes, yeah, the mountain bikes, I can see that we really need more for that. But what I'm not seeing, I'm not seeing like trails for walking in addition to biking in Concept B. I don't understand that.
Yeah, so you see the white lines that carry through the concept. All of those
Bless
would
you.
be trails or sidewalks. So,
But
again,
they don't run along the creek like they do now.
they know, and there's the Vibe Trail will be a lot higher, and that's intentional to try to minimize maintenance and to make sure it's usable as often
Yeah.
as possible. Well, we wanted, yeah, and you can see that highlighted there.
But that's not a
one.
nature trail.
That's not a nature trail. That's a completely
That's very
different
different.
conversation. Exactly. You can see the dashed brown lines throughout that northern segment. Those would be more natural trails, something you can work with the community on to help construct and build, and be an extension of what's there today, basically.
So what's there today starts basically at the parking lot and crosses over. I mean, it goes
Right.
down toward the wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah.
Goes the other direction and then crosses the creek.
Yeah.
So
We
you
wanna make
have a
sure
good amount of walking along the creek there. It's
Absolutely.
really beautiful. And then it goes on up to the Button Wildflower Loop area and around
And
on
the
this side
intent
of
would
the
be to
creek.
preserve all of that.
Yeah.
And enhance it the best way we can with education and/or
But
improvements.
if that's all bike trail,
And that's not the intent.
that does not make it.
No, and people would not bike on the northern side. Again, we're trying to keep that nature-based while making that southern side of Plum Creek a bit more.
Is it going to coexist? I mean, but is it going to coexist to where you have the walking and the bike in the same area?
That's what
with
I'm
the same
saying.
trail?
It doesn't look like that's the case.
Because like if you're looking at Town Lake, you have a combination of walkers with the bikes. And if you were to go with your jump ramps, that would be a section that you would be able to go off on outside of the walking trail and do that and maneuver back and forth and then get back on the trail. Is that kind of the concept?
That's
to where
absolutely
you
right, and it's kind of the way it's
it's
used
a
now. You
shared use space for
Yes,
the
sir.
trail?
Yes, sir. Just like it's used now, you have mountain. There's no like nothing prohibiting mountain bikes and hikers using those trails. What you need is a system that is durable enough for the mountain bikes, but you've got to incorporate signage that has traffic rules. Where do hikers
Okay.
enter? Where do the bikers enter? It's always opposite. There's rules and etiquette for the bikers to signal, to make noises.
Okay, that helps a lot.
Sorry.
Because we had talked about those guidance markers and what they need to say, what they need to
Absolutely.
look like. And this really was, to me, showing walkers aren't going to be there.
Correct. And no matter how hard you try to designate for hiking or biking, whichever one you label as a primary usage, you're going to have both. And so you've got to design for both.
Okay.
Can you tell me how many acres this is? Total acres? Yes.
73, 72?
Okay, if there's any way when you guys bring this back to give us like total acreage, and then that way we can kind of figure out how many acres are going to be used for bikers or for bikes in general, and then how many are going to be used for sidewalks, I think that would give us a little bit
Okay.
better idea.
Yeah.
All right,
makes
thank
sense.
you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the splash pads stay. We're not talking, because I didn't see the splash pads really on either one of these. Or not on, this isn't a splash pad.
Yeah, there's no
Greg
splash
Clark.
pad out there.
Never mind, I'll wait till we get to Greg
Yeah,
Clark.
we'll talk about that here in a minute.
Can I briefly address too my concern, and I think this kind of piggybacks off of what Councilmember Harris is saying, is that there was only 100 people that was surveyed. And so I know the bikers as well, and they have like a Facebook page,
Yeah.
and they're really active in our community. And so I couldn't see them doing the adult pump track. And if they did, I think it would be more holistic, like it would be very natural in the trails. So I don't know what we could do to get more feedback, because it looks like when you guys got your feedback in December, it's probably a time where not a lot of people were going to be present. I don't know what it would take to get additional feedback, because 100 people is probably like 0.0001% of our population. And if we're going to take the input of the community, I think it needs to be true input of the community. And I would like to see, at least 1,000 people. I don't know how to look. Where there's a will, there's a way. Buda does it all the time. They get this great community feedback, and so even though it may not be 1,000, for me, I would like to see 500. I would like to see something, because 100 people is not representative of the city.
I don't think that the Waterleaf neighborhood is well represented in this. I just can't imagine that they were. I know they had the opportunity, but I just can't imagine that this represents them.
So I think we have the HOA president from Waterleaf, and she's just saying she wasn't aware. And so that's kind of a red flag to me if we don't have at least the HOA's participation in that maybe we need to do a little bit better of outreach, and maybe figuring out a way to get to a different couple HOAs. I mean, me and Councilmember Goza live in neighborhoods that don't even have parks. So we do have to rely heavily on these other parks in order for us to go out and do stuff.
So are you all against the pump track, is what y'all saying? I mean, how much more input are you wanting to get? If you got 100, and so you're saying now, let's just do a survey on just the pump track, is that what we're looking at?
No, I don't think we were trying to do anything in specific, just overall general feedback. Because 100 people, to me, seems really low. And that may have something to do with the time in December. But, overall, just maybe presenting the same information to different groups of people, that might be, that might give us a little bit more opportunity to get some additional feedback.
I have an idea. Well, I'll bring it up later.
Well, and I don't think we were talking, originally when we were talking these types of pump tracks or jump tracks, we were talking about integrating them into, not necessarily concrete, but integrating them into that bike trail, like was just said a few minutes ago, not pulling them out and making them a whole separate big concrete thing. Because once again, like the mayor said, that's a problem for runoff into the creek.
If I may speak to that, it was with the trails and mountain biking community wanting to pull that out of the floodplain, because the propensity of those types of features within the floodplain, they can't withstand or hold up to the flow rates when it becomes inundated in the area. And so they have this concept that's becoming more common nationwide, and you see it in Bentonville as well, Arkansas, where they have bicycle playground areas where you can ride and go through courses in the nature areas, and then you can kind of have this little fun side quest at a small footprint for jump lines and teaching kids how to properly jump and how to properly ride mountain bikes, and that's what that group was really speaking for.
And then I think I just wanted to say that I also want to thank the 100 people that did participate in this. I really appreciate that as well. If we can always do better on engagement, right? That's always a thing that we can improve on. But I also don't want to discredit the 100 participants who did provide feedback. What I was trying to think of, and also just hearing from my colleagues, is if there would be like a middle ground to where it could be used as more like instead of having something like a huge like adult pump track, having even just because one thing that I noticed was missing, and maybe this is already incorporated in one of the 3 ideas or the children's pump track, but like Round Rock just had their All Abilities playground unveiled, and that included a traffic garden, which is like for little kids, pequeños, to like learn how to ride a bike, and it's also large enough so that way kids in like wheelchairs and whatnot are able to partake in the fun as well. So, and I think having something like that next to our amazing playground over there, I feel like would be complementary, and then also give children with different accessibility needs an option to be able to participate as well.
We're about to jump head
You
first.
can go ahead. You go ahead.
So,
we're ready for the next.
Fantastic. Thank y'all for the input. It's very helpful. For us as landscape architects, the more input we get, the better the product. Right? We want to make sure that these parks serve the community. That's priority one for us. So thank you. So moving on to Greg Clark again, we'll walk you through that same process, providing a bit of insight to what we seen on site, and then looking at these alternatives will be a little bit more distinct than Waterleaf. Waterleaf was a bit more condensed in terms of available space. Greg Clark's a little bit more open and a little bit more room for opportunity. So looking at our existing conditions mapping again, the way we've sort of framed the park space. If y'all are familiar, there is a pretty large drainage channel that carries through the site. Again, it's an engineered drainage channel that takes water from the north and moves it south. And then there's an adjacent stormwater line that we want to be cognizant of and make sure we don't impact. Existing today, obviously, is the J. Maskin Pool. You'll see conversation about taking that and sort of maybe elevating that a little bit more and expanding that. The future skate park, which is there on that east side, is currently in design, if not starting construction soon. So excited to see that. Ash Pavilion, we've preserved that on every concept we show. We feel like that's an important amenity and ties really well into that future skate park. And then there's a lot of vehicular entrances on this park. A lot of it's disjointed. You can't really get across the site too well from east to west. And so hopefully through this conceptual study, we'll begin to address some of that and really create a bit of cohesion across that. So in addition to existing conditions, we also want to talk briefly about opportunities for future expansion. Again, these are just ideas looking at what could happen down the line. Again, none of our concepts impact any of these potential expansion areas, but something that we want to keep in the back of our mind as we progress through some of the ideas of how can future program potentially work there. And then on that bottom right corner, again, y'all have been able to acquire that corner, and so you'll see that incorporated and rolled into both alternatives. So looking at Concept A, we've sort of coined these with names. We like the idea of a central lawn, and that came up in conversation a few times thinking about how Greg Clark is programmatically used today. And we feel like having a central lawn to help celebrate the site and bring those active community events to Greg Clark. And so a lot of Concept A revolves around that central lawn. What we began to do, and diagrammatically you'll see, we started to lay out some of the key programmatic elements. So what we've done is we've taken sports and we've sort of subdivided those, and you'll see that play out here in a minute. We've began to locate a lot of the active play on that northeast corner. We want to make sure we take into account the existing or soon to be existing skate park. We've began to locate a lot of that active play adjacent to the active space like the skate park. And then we want to make sure that we pay attention to what could happen with the aquatic center on that southeast corner. So, and what's important is we wanted to link all of that together. We want the site to be unified. And so you'll start to see the idea of the central lawn playing a major role in helping people orient themselves across the site. So looking at, again, I want to quickly talk about the diagram and what you see, and then I'll dive into the concept. So everything in black there is a proposed roadway. And again, you'll see that helps connect people to place. Within that, all of the white lines, similar to Waterleaf, are accessible trails. And then you'll see some dashed lines there with the label 14. Those are proposed parking lots. And again, I'll dive into a bit of the reasoning of how it's organized here in a second. But the key point of this concept, I go back to the idea of that central lawn. And again, that's highlighted there in Area 10. And we wanted every bit of the site to hone back into that central space. And so I'll try to work my way from the northwest and work my way around. You see there off of Gregg Drive and Ranger, what we've begun to do in Area 4 is really create an open, active recreational area, not programmed, but a space you can go out there, you can have soccer practices, you can throw a Frisbee, but the space is available to use as needed and as program changes throughout the time here in Kyle. Adjacent to that, just to the south, you'll see there in highlighted 3, we began to locate 2 Little League baseball fields. And again, we've got rid of the unsafe fourplex that's there today, and we've really scaled and sized them adequate to Little League fields. Adjacent to that in 14, you'll see that we have the roadway which hugs the edge of that 14, which is a proposed parking lot, so then would service that central lawn and service those baseball facilities and fields. Continuing there to the southeast, you can see highlighted there in 11 is the Aquatic Center. Again, the one is to utilize that newly acquired property there at 14 and begin to locate a parking lot to help tie all of that together. Located sort of on the east side, you'll see a roundabout, and again, that's there to help organize people as they enter the space. We want to make sure people can get to where they want to go in an easy way. With this, you'll see highlighted there in 13, which is an idea of a monument sign that helps announce that you're arriving to Greg Clark Park. Adjacent to number 1, you'll see bullets there 6 and 7. Those are our proposed sort of active sports. So it's basketball, volleyball, tennis, which then holds a great sort of active use adjacent to 12, which is the proposed skate park. As we move further north, again, maintaining Ash Pavilion at 8, and then looking at bullets 9 there, which again is sort of that active play. So the idea is to bring the playground there in that northeast corner. Adjacent to that playground, you'll start to see there's a entrance off of Veterans for a parking lot with adjacent parking to help service that area. I think I covered everything on concept A.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
14 on the right-hand corner, does that encompass where the VFW is currently located?
No.
Okay, do any of these in this picture? No. Okay, thank you.
No, VFW is just north of 14.
Okay, thank you.
It's sort of squeezed between that corner there, 14's. So looking at concept B, which we've called this the meander, and again, that'll start to make sense here in a minute, but similar to Waterleaf, what we wanted concept B to do is really hone in and focus on the idea of re-envisioning what this creek could become and make it an important key component of the proposed improvements. You'll start to see programmatically begin to reorient some things. So instead of having sports centralized, we've tucked that closer to Greg Drive. We've kept active play in that northeast corner. We've maintained that skate zone. And then again, we looked at expansion of aquatics. What's unique about this concept, the idea of integration of nature, and I'll explain that here in a little bit. Similar to concept A, we wanted that emphasis on that central lawn to help organize pedestrians as they come and visit. And everything will sort of hone in and focus around that. So again, I'll try to make my way from the northwest and circle around. You'll see what's unique about this concept is all of the driveways interconnect, right? So there's no separate parking lots. Everything can be navigable through a interconnected series of driveways. Again, similar graphically, you'll see 14 is all of the proposed parking. But what we did is at the corner there at Greg and Ranger, we've really honed in on a larger parking lot to help service which is now 3 Little League fields instead of 2. Again, we tried to marry what is programmatically there today and mimic that on concept B. So as a result, we'll need a little bit larger parking lot to help service that. You'll start to see now hugging the edge of those ball fields, we've really taken that idea of the creek and really honed in on what that could become. And so tied into location 15 is we've sort of brought a sort of catchment pond, which allows water to come off the ball fields and filter back through the city system and hopefully do a bit of cleansing before it gets back into the overall system. So you'll see that there, which then ties into 15. Again, we wanted to do some nature-based, maybe boardwalks or trails with educational signage to talk about that process and to highlight the potential there. As we rotate around, that central lawn, which is shown there in 10, really becomes the heart of the site and really speaks to the edge of that creek. In lieu of the playground being in that northeast corner, what we decided to do was tuck that playground as part of that lawn experience. So as people are out there celebrating, kids can still go out there and use a site and play on Area 9 there.
If I could just real quickly ask,
Absolutely.
when we're on this concept right here in Central Lawn, what would be the idea for shade, for trees or anything on there? Has that been looked at, especially with that open area?
So
That I know
that's
by
gonna be the
June,
next
July, it's going to be
overlay.
on.
Absolutely, it's going to be very important.
Yes.
We've located pavilions throughout, and you'll see that
Okay.
focused in on there. So that's more of the formal shade.
Okay.
You know, as we begin to develop this concept further, that will be an important conversation to make sure we address.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure people are comfortable.
For number 13, the monument signage.
Yes.
Is there any way, well, I don't know if you know the history of Greg Clark Park as far as how it was acquired. So it was donated to us from the Gregs, and I didn't know if we could, just make something memorializing that it was a donation and put that with the monument signage.
Absolutely, I think that's a great idea. The more we can hit back on history, I think it's very, very important.
Well, that would be our new policies that we're developing on signage.
Oh, sure. I mean, this is not signage. This is memorializing. So this is literally given to us. It's Great Drive and then
yeah,
Great
we're
Clark
just-
Park.
Yeah.
We're talking
Right.
about
Or to roll that into the
that.
same idea, yeah.
Well, that's a name dedication is a little bit different.
Mhm.
The park's already been called Great Clark Park, and so is the street. But just memorializing, just like we have memorialized tree over at the depot, and then I think we have like 4 memorialized tree Jane Kirkham's dad had planted way back when, and when I was previously elected, we memorialized those as well.
Thank you, Mayor. That would be designated for just basically your entrance signage for parks, but we hear what you're saying, that you want something to acknowledge that history for the park and being on that corner. It's important. We hear you.
So trying to pick up where I left off. Again, harnessing a lot on that creek meander, and I think we've covered that west side. So we'll sort of extend that to the east side. Again, looking at bullet 11 there, which is again looking at extending the aquatic center based on available space and having there at 14 a parking lot that helps services that expansion. We've moved we've moved that on the northeast corner, that active play that was previously noted at 16 into that northeast corner, which will include the volleyball, basketball, pickleball, all of the active recreation. And what we begin to identify on this concept in 16 is an area for potential facility expansion. So as we talk, movement of people or new buildings to help service the city, we've begun to locate a space that can help provide opportunity to incorporate that as part of the park space and not be along the perimeter. Similar to the previous concept, we've incorporated Ash Pavilion into the overall concept. That's highlighted there in bullet 8. And like I mentioned there at 7-6, bringing in a lot of the active recreation into that northeast corner. Again, those get a little bit loud, so to have that a little bit separated from the day-to-day use may be beneficial. Again, you'll see, you mentioned, Mayor, the idea of these monument signs. Again, we've located and honed those into the corners, again, to try to announce that there's something special here. We want people to come visit. And so, again, what that is something we'll navigate as we move forward, but we do want something. I didn't mention, and I probably should have, you'll see these little squares across a lot of the concepts. Those are actually proposed pavilions. The shade was talked about. A lot of pavilions are located along important areas that includes playgrounds, the active sports, things like that really would need more formal shade, something a little bit different than trees. So similar to Waterleaf, again, Greg Clark, we went through the same process, and there was a surprising strong voice to one side. Again, completely surprising to us, but as you can see based on the dot matrix there, everyone did prefer the concept B. And I think it related back to the idea of nature. People want nature, and the idea of incorporating something that isn't there today to create something special was really the topic of conversation there.
Could we go back to B?
Yes, ma'am.
So I have some questions. We're talking about a central lawn here, and the picture kind of showed a pavilion there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Like a performance pavilion.
Yeah, it's there just south of the number 10.
Yeah.
You see a little
Well,
square there?
Laverde Park has one that is underutilized right now, and Lake Kyle Parks is proposed to have one as well. a larger one. So I'm wondering if we need that concept here, given that, I mean, yes, we need picnic tables, definitely. And I like Concept B a lot, but I'm just not sure we need much of a performance pavilion or a large lawn area in this particular park. I didn't hear anything about enhancing the Ash Pavilion. I would expect more seating there. You know, we're drawing people from several states and from Mexico for the roller hockey games. We have a national champion adult team for roller hockey. I think we are, I don't want to shortchange that area. I think it's a very, very important piece, and I'd like for us to make sure that we're paying a lot of attention to that. I don't see a concept for a dog park. This side of town does not have one. Well, La Verde has a small one. Steeplechase has one, you know, but this area of town simply does not have one, and there's a lot of dog ownership there that would take advantage of it if we could think about incorporating it into it. Would the baseball Little League fields be baseball and softball? Okay, because I want to make sure the girls are not shortchanged either. And on this concept, number 14 shows the parking going all the way over to Veterans Drive. Personally, I think that would be a poor use of that piece of property when we could perhaps incorporate a restaurant, sandwich shop, something to serve both the park area people and the general citizens right there on Veterans Drive, because that could be just really a prime property for something like that. I think it's underutilized as a parking lot. And I like that concept otherwise. I like the...
Thank you. So moving back through, our consensus findings, again, I go back to B was definitely a preferred alternative in the conversation. But then we also did the same dot matrix looking at the amenities. And again, a lot of great feedback, a lot of additional conversation of, there were a couple times mentioned dog parks, things like that. And we framed this into sort of the top 5. Everybody was very excited about the idea of that aquatic center expanding and becoming a little bit more. Park trails were an important item, so that was the second most voted upon element. And again, we wanted to make sure we hone in on that. People were very excited about the central lawn. The idea that provide a place to celebrate out on site. And then, again, the naturalized channel, and I think the idea of nature being incorporated into something that doesn't exist today was prominent. And then people were excited about the idea of a playground. So we are going to look at that as a viable option.
Now, I do have a question about the naturalized drainage channel, because I know that area, this is ultimately where all the water in the city of Kyle goes to. And so I would want to make sure, because right now we have grass and that kind of mitigates the bugs. But if we just have stagnant water, we would have to make sure that there's not mosquitoes or anything else in that.
The intent is it wouldn't be stagnant. It's not going to be a pond. It's not going to retain. It's just going to
But
detain
sometimes during long rains, it'll be there for like
Could be,
weeks.
yeah.
Yes, because the people that live across the street at Great Clark Park, they've contacted me and they have huge issues with mosquitoes. And so I just want to make sure that if we're doing this, it's a little, that it's out of the way. And then I know they have some things that you could stick in there to kill mosquitoes, and I like it. I like the look. I think it's nice. I just want to be realistic, and I just want to make sure that we get in front of any potential issues.
Lots of purple martin.
I was about to say ecology can solve a lot of that, right? So making sure that's thought about as part of the detailed conversation of what it could become. But we have had conversations about this being a larger area, hence why the meanders and the creek widens a little bit to handle more of the additional detention and retention needs as part of the improvements happening north. So we're hoping we can roll in that conversation into the concept in lieu of it being like a 4-to-1 sloped pond. It's an element. It's a nice amenity as part of that creek.
Yeah, and we do. We want that to move, so we want to ensure that's engineered properly. A few things to talk about before we move to the next steps is this is the important part where we take your feedback. We've gotten great feedback so far. Thank you all. I want to go back to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem, Tobias's question about shading. If there's a desire for more shade, maybe in lieu of performance areas, the Central Lawn was popular, I think, because Greg Clark Park acts like a family park. It's a place where families gather, and we think that lawn space really is attractive for that purpose. The other thing would be is the turf that we would use in the Central Lawn area. So if we wanted to go with a synthetic type, it's going to take a lot more beating. You can use it for a ton of events, movie nights, but you want more shading because it gets warmer.
It's very hot.
If you want to use natural turf, I'm from North Texas and we say natural turf, but it's grass. It's just grass. You want to avoid some shade because then the natural grass is not going to grow in shade. So any discussion or feedback, thoughts on that?
Well, as far as that's great. Whatever we can do for the shades. We had an event, fundraising event this past summer out there. That was one thing. I was out there. I was baking because it was just so hot, and then you had the zip lines and all that. So that whatever we can come up with a concept for that, and I know we want to have it open shade. But if I could go to a suggestion about, I know we're talking about feedback, and I know we didn't get a large response that maybe we're expecting, but could we also maybe do a small, not so long presentation to the kayak group, the youth group that's with, that can maybe give us see if they might want to give a little input referencing the parks itself from their point of view, the skate park, and just from their ideas as in that age group. If maybe we can just get something that I know we got the remaining schedule where you're bringing it to us today, and you can also do the park board on the 23rd, and then the final presentation to us on the 17th. But if there's some kind of feedback we can get to them on their next meeting and let them know, hey, this is where we're at, this is what we're doing to y'all's park as well. If there's any feedback that they want to give, we can just go with that. Even if it's just the 20 students that are there that go to those meetings, it's something.
I think that's a reasonable ask. We can commit to that. In addition to that, going back to some of the HOAs for additional feedback before it comes back to you all. We hear you loud and clear, and we will make that happen, absolutely. I also wanted to go back to Dr. Harris, what you talked about with the Area 14 parking along Center Street, I believe, and wanting to do something like a restaurant. Would you be open to the idea of possibly like a food truck area, or is that maybe something to incorporate where you can get parking in and
we don't
power
have a
for-
food truck area, and they tend to be popular.
Yeah, sometimes that's a little easier to manage than having a permanent tenant for a restaurant at the location. So.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when I was on council the first time, Ranger Drive, we owned that corner. And I think the holdup with the food truck was that you have to have like a restroom. And so we thought this was a really good idea because the restrooms is incorporated to the park. And so people could have both. I think that area would make, there's the only downfall is like there's a school right across the street. So how we would mitigate that would be maybe just a food trucks for at night or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think that would be a really good place to have some food.
Could be. I'm just thinking for that piece of 14 that is on Veterans Drive, that's just not a good use of that property.
Understood.
I agree. That southeast corner, when we acquired it, my vision and what I kind of projected at the time was that would be kind of as you pull up to that intersection, it would really kind of let you know that there's a park there. If you're sitting at, Vaqueros waiting to turn right or go straight, until you go straight down Center Street, you don't even realize that Greg Clark Park is really there. And I was optimistic that we would have some kind of a grand signage like, hey, this is Greg Clark Park as you pull up to that section, and that, it'd just be absolutely undeniable. I fought Councilmember Rizzo on putting a parking lot there from minute one. I agree that I don't think it's the best use of that space.
So Councilmember McKinney, you're referring to Center Street at Veterans?
Yes, that corner.
Okay, so just Emphasis on the grand for the sense of arrival is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I want you, when you pull up to that intersection, I want you to know that you come to a park.
Well, 13 shows monument.
monument.
Yeah, so can we put the monument, can we have like a corner monument, one that goes on Center Street and then goes across to Veterans Drive? I remember when you guys purchased it, Councilmember McKinney wanted to keep that original sign. We could have reused it. That would have been really cool to
It was in bad
repurpose it.
shape.
It was a bad, I get
was
it,
in
but
bad shape.
it was authentic. And so, but I thought that was a great idea, is to like have some kind of monument to say, this is Great Clark Park, because the truth is, it's the little sign on the side. If you don't look, you'll miss it.
Yeah, to your earlier point about not showing the acreage there, you don't really get the sense of grandeur from the little square, but that's what we were shooting for, and we will ensure that we get the right pop and appeal for that corner.
Is there any way we can incorporate the art committee to help you guys figure that out?
If we get to that point if there's a staging desire for maybe some public art there, and this plan is adopted, we will absolutely engage them in accordance with the public art master plan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I do have some feedback and questions. I wait till the end of presentations. Maybe I need to get better at asking them during the presentations. I don't know. But I think, one, I love the idea of the food truck kind of area, especially since we're updating our development code that actually makes it easier to own, operate, and apply for food truck licenses here. I think that would be an excellent way to kind of showcase that, kind of like a new Kyle in a way. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was I don't believe we as a city have a true all abilities playground. And that is something that I would like for us to incorporate, especially if this is one of our bigger parks. I think it would be really important to allow children who have other sensory or mobility issues to be able to participate and play as well. And so I really would like to see that incorporated. The other, question that I had was regarding green infrastructure. So not just like actual green and shade, but if there's any ways that we can incorporate like solar powered lighting, or if for example, we don't go with like an adult pump track, there's like stationary bikes that you can use that kind of teach how kinetic energy can be turned into electricity. And so like that could be a fun way to like educate people and also give like a bike element to it, for example, if we didn't go that route. And so I just think that would be really, really cool. And I like the idea of being able to use a lot of this to also serve as like educational things. So like, for example, I was thinking like, we could have like a pollinator garden that, schools could use to teach about, how this works, and a rain garden maybe so that way schools can also use to teach like educational programs around that. But I think one of my other concerns is about what off-site access conditions are we looking at? Because I think my concern is that we're going to be putting a lot of money into this park, yet the neighborhoods right across the street on Center Street don't have appropriate stormwater drainage. There's poor lighting, poor sidewalks, poor crosswalks. I mean, I walked it myself at night because I wanted to see what it would be like if I were a child wanting to just go across the street. And so I want to make sure that at the same time, we are making it accessible for the individuals who live right there to be able to use it in a way that's safe. So if we can just make sure that as we're investing in here, that we're doing it simultaneously and solving for some of those issues so our residents can use it safely.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's a timely request. In the very near future, we're going to be bringing a updated Trails Master Plan proposal to you all for consideration, because you're right, there's a lot of opportunity for connectivity in the area that's lacking now to make safe routes to some of these parks and connect them to key points in the city of Kyle. All this input is great. I love the educational opportunities. It's making the Parks Pro and me geek out just hearing you all discuss this. But noted, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to make a comment to what you had to say, Councilman Zapata. All of our current new playgrounds are all abilities. La Verde, the ones at Steeplechase, the ones at Waterleaf, the ones at Lake Kyle are all ability playgrounds. Not every single item there maybe is appropriate for wheelchairs, but they're all abilities. That's the philosophy now for Parks and Rec, that all of our areas will be all ability areas. The bicycle area, yeah, the skate park is all ability skate park and all ages. So that's really integrated, and shade was considered in that as well. So I think Parks has taken a philosophy of everything is all ability.
Okay, I think it's just because I've attended, and like I have a family member with some accessibility issues, and so I feel like I've been, but it hasn't just been as robust. Maybe is I think we could do something a little bit more robust, so that way it doesn't just feel like an add-on more so. I think that's just what I would hope for us to be able to achieve. But I'm glad that it's a part of our philosophy.
And if I understand you correctly, I think you're referring to where you might have like the hillside built in with some rollers, access, and different conveyors and transfer areas. Yeah, we try to make all of our areas inclusive, where anyone with any ability can go and play together. But there's a lot more stuff out there that we could incorporate to sort of scale that up. And a community park like this would be a great place for that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I give some feedback, or can we all give some feedback regarding whether or not we want fake grass or not? Because what I don't want is I don't want you to get the idea that we all want that, and then you come back and then we're like, no, we didn't want that. So for me, I like the natural grass. I don't know what we can do, because I know there's all kinds of different grass. Can we get grass that can grow a little bit in the shade, and then we can add the shade? Because I think Mayor Pro Tem Tobias is correct. We absolutely have to have shade in the area. So what kind of grass grows best in the shade is something that hopefully we can look at, unless they're all opposed to regular grass and they want, I don't know what you call it, but fake grass. I'm not a big fan of it, but I grew up in the Midwest, so I have a little bit of different expectations.
We'll call it synthetic turf.
So there you go. We'll call it turf. Does anybody else have any other?
I do not want synthetic turf.
I agree with you. There's sometimes some, like in sports fields and things like that, where it's appropriate when you've got, high, heavy traffic of like physical exertion and things like that, where it would have an immediately negative impact. There's some benefit to it there, but for what we're looking at here, then I think
that'd be great.
We'll find the
grass
balance.
is the way to go.
Hearing natural turf for lawn and find the balance.
There you go.
All right.
I do have some concerns as I'm looking at, not only what we're looking at adding, but what we're looking at losing as well. And unless my math is mistaken, we're losing 2 baseball diamonds with this. It's my understanding that we've got a shortage of sports facilities, and then we're just going to exacerbate that?
I'm glad you brought that up, Councilmember McKinney, because we kind of just skirted over that. But if you look at the way the fields are configured now, what we're calling the quad there, where Area 10 is now on the lawn.
Where they're facing the wrong way.
It's practically and functionally, exactly, to your point, it's one field because you're batting into each other. And so it's not safe to have 4 of those fields where they're all batting in. That was one of the design flaws that we more diplomatically referenced earlier. But our argument is it's really one field, 2 at tops. And then you've got the field at Veterans and Gregg Drive. And so we're like, hey, with this concept, we like it because we feel like we're possibly netting a field with this. This is meant for this concept is not meant for like competitive play that might be more conducive to somewhere else within our system, but this is for recreational play. So easy access, low barriers to entry, have softball, something that's versatile, baseball, easily programmed by our Parks and Recreation staff.
So it's not going to strain our programming?
No, we think it'll enhance our programming. To the contrary, we think we consider this netting one field.
That's a good point, Mark McKinney. That's a good point to make because it is going to be baseball season soon, and there are going to be a lot more teams. We're just people want to come out and practice with their kids, and you want to be able to have that field to hit the ball and all that. That's a good point.
And the same with Waterleaf Park. We feel like improving the quality of those fields actually makes them useful for recreation and pickup games.
And there are fields at Steeplechase as well.
Steeplechase as well.
So we're getting a nice stacking of fields for a variety of neighborhoods.
especially for pickup and recreational type play, non-competitive, and there's a big need for that in our system.
Little League is competitive.
Well,
More
age
than the
group.
parents and the kids.
Yeah.
but-
To your point, yeah, but recreation level as opposed to select level, to be clear.
And it looks like the pickleball can also double as a tennis. Is that
We
correct?
could do that if there's
Okay,
desire.
well, it says tennis and pickleball. So does
yeah.
it mean it's going to be one or the other, or what does that mean?
We could designate based on like design and what we get from the pros master plan, but you can make the tennis court with lines, or you designate one tennis court based on the demand we're experiencing, and we're going to go right back to the pros master plan to designate what's appropriate, what's an appropriate combination for that space.
Okay.
And on your pavilions that you're proposing in the shaded areas, are you still going to be providing areas for like little barbecue pits for families to come out, have picnics, little cookouts and things while they're enjoying the park?
The consulting team asked us, what do you think of when you think of Greg Clark Park? And that's exactly what we thought of. My first tour of the city, went to this park, and that's exactly what I saw. I saw families out using the barbecue grills.
Mm-hmm.
It was very inviting, and they didn't have much there to do, but they made the best way they had. And it reminded me of my childhood, and it really resonated with me. And I wanted to join you all in doing more. But to answer your question, yes.
So I had concerns that were brought to me by some of the people who use the Ash Pavilion all the time for their big league tournaments. So one thing right now is we've basically wiped out all their parking, and I don't really see a whole lot of parking that's tremendously close to this. So as they're coming in for their tournaments, they're hauling their heavy gear. They've spoken about like the bathrooms. They won't even use the bathrooms to change in there. So, and they're like, hey, can we get a concession stand for these things that have all these people? So those were things that they were really concerned about with any future redevelopment of the park.
You all are right. There's opportunity for enhancing with parking, and I heard earlier maybe with some additional seating and grandstands to amenitize that area and make it more inviting for our partners with the hockey group.
Okay, and then going forward, can we get a list of elements that will be needing to be removed as we're doing all of this planning, so that we can kind of get an idea of like what we're striking out? Because it looks like there's some trails now going through some existing things that we have now, like the splash pad and stuff like that. So is it just more moving through, or is it actually taking those things out?
So next, when we bring the final, maybe just any net differences that we have?
Yes.
Okay. We can do that.
And I'm curious, because she did kind of pose a question, like, is the splash pad still going to stay on here?
Splash pad is still in the mix.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's probably not a trail right through it.
No, there's not a trail
That's what
right
it
through
shows
it.
here.
Yeah, splash pad
Right
is
through the middle of the splash pad.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
still in
know.
the mix, and just location is what we've got to land on, but it's popular, and we want to get it right.
I think that's it.
Just one more thing before I forget, because my mind was like, would it be possible to create some sort of, or add like solar powered charging stations, like for people who have phones and stuff? Because I think that's one thing is I've found myself at events and they go on for a lot longer than I anticipate, and then my phone's like at 10%, and I'm like, oh my God. So having something like that, I think would just be.
Dave, that's something we can look into. All
right, thank you.
All right, I think that's all we have.
And restrooms.
And enhanced restrooms, yes.
Yeah, I don't think they're adequate.
When we talked earlier about the capital past its useful life, we're thinking about those restrooms. Absolutely.
We do have a new restroom here in Greg Clark.
There is one, but the one near the Ash Pavilion, to Councilmember Goza's point, it needs some love. It needs to be replaced.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? All right, we're gonna carry. Before we move on, do you guys want to take like a 2-minute break?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. The time right now is 9:47. Let's just be back by 10. That's a little bit longer. Yeah, we'll give you a 13-minute break. All right, the time is 10:02, and we are going to resume this meeting. If everybody is agreeable, I think what we'd like to do, we have some people here who are nominees for the Ethics Committee, and if we could actually pull those items, it looks like 10, 11, and 12, yes. If we can at least vote on those. And then we're going to bring up agenda items 14 and 15. All right, so this is going to be under consent. Items 10, 11, and 12. Does anybody have any questions?
Can I also pull number 7? It's something super quick, so.
Well, we're not going to do all of consent right now. We're just
Okay.
going to do those last 3.
Okay, all
so we
right,
can get
yeah,
them
yeah.
out of here. Yes, Councilmember Harris.
Okay, we have 3 nominees, Mr. Rocha, Dr. Zuniga, and Paul Hill. I would like for the City Council to consider the nomination of Dr. Zuniga. I feel that he would not be able to be unbiased, given his history of ineffective use of the ethics process himself and his recent council membership and his clear bias against some council members. I think it would be a very strong conflict of interest for him to be appointed to the Ethics Commission right now.
Okay, do we have any other thoughts or ideas?
I absolutely think that he can be fair and unbiased, and he's the only one that we know that's been through that process that's in place. So he would be an excellent person to recommend changes to that, improvements, et cetera, because he's been there and he knows what that's like.
Okay, any other thoughts? Council, okay.
Well, it's not a part of that body to make changes to the body itself. That's for us. But, you know, I've known Miguel for a long time. I feel like he can be with solid judgment. I think he can set aside his bias. That's my expectation and hope, at least.
Well, and I just want to say I probably had one of the most controversial ethics nominees, and that was Rebecca Chapa. And I remember Mayor Mitchell was extremely cautious because her family, he felt, had a bias against him. And it was a vote that split the dais. And I was okay with that because I had full faith in my nominee. And so needless to say, she went on and she did really great things. And so
I'm just concerned that he is just off the council and had active conflicts with members of the council, but.
Okay. I mean, I think we should pull these individually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to make anybody take a vote for all 3. I don't think that's fair. So I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 12.
Second.
The motion made by me, seconded by, what was it, Tobias? Okay, Melissa Medina.
McKinney.
Okay, McKinney, sorry. All right, I'm going to do a roll call vote.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias,
Aye.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Medina,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Goza,
Yes.
McKinney.
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item 12 passes 7-0. Well, we'll go back up to agenda item 10 with his Kenneth Rocha. Does anybody have any questions?
I'd like to make a comment. I've met Mr. Rocha many times. I don't know if he's here or not. We've had conversations before. We actually had a meeting when he had questions referencing some of the police activities that go on, concerns, and he asked some of the most great questions, brilliant questions to the chief, and that meeting went very, very well. I do see that he is very knowledgeable on a lot of the items that are going on in the city, and I think he would be a very fair representative if it ever came down to where we would have an ethical situation to where I think he would be very, very open-minded, and he would be able to give his opinions in a very fair and equal manner. So I would make that nomination to support Kenneth Rocha.
Okay, any other questions? concerns. If not, I'm going to say Kenneth Rocha is one of the smartest people I've ever met. And I don't mean that just in bypassing. I mean, he's very intelligent and he's thoughtful, and to me, he comes off very fair. And so that's why I requested him to be my nominee. So I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item 10.
Second.
A motion by myself and seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Roll call on the other one.
Well, the reason why I called up for a roll call on the other one is because we seemed kind of split. And so when I do my, when I write down what it is, if I think I'm not going to hear somebody, I do a roll call vote. But we're more than welcome to do it if you guys want to do on this one as well.
I think it was unanimous.
Sounds like 7-0 to me.
7-0, yes. But thank you. I don't want to seem like I'm being biased. My explanation for that is I need to make sure I understand how everybody votes without having to go back. All right, next up, we have agenda item 13. Consider the appointment of Paul Hill for seat 3 of the City of Kyle Ethics Commission. Item presenter Claudia Zapata.
Mayor, we've actually already approved Paul Hill. That was agenda item 12.
Yeah, that was our first vote.
Yeah,
The roll call vote that you
I
requested.
am so sorry. I thought that was for Miguel.
yeah. We can do that
Did
one
we
too.
not pick Miguel? Okay.
Yeah, we could do
You're
that.
right. Okay. Well,
Let's go with,
You did the roll call on Paul
I
Hill.
did the roll. Yeah. Yeah. My apologies for that. I think somebody
That's
talked
why
about
we
the
were
concern.
confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked about the concern. Someone brought up the concern for Miguel, and so I thought that's who we were talking about. So apologies for that. Going back to agenda item 11. 11. Consider the appointment of Miguel Zuniga for seat 1 of the City of Kyle Ethics Commission. Item presenter Courtney Goza.
We've already talked about some of my reasonings why I think Miguel would be good, just because of he's shown that he was a very loved council member, that he made a lot of really excellent choices, and so there's nobody that I can consider that would have more experience like operating within the city and know kind of what those guidelines are and be able to judge them in a judicious manner.
All right, I agree. I completely support previous council member Zuniga. I think he has the ability to be not only non-biased, but he's highly educated, and so he can look at these laws and kind of help figure out how we can make them a little bit tighter and a little bit better. But is anybody wanting to speak to him directly? He is in attendance, so if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask him directly. No, do I have any motions?
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 11.
Second. All right, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, seconded by Councilmember McKinney. I'm going to take a roll call vote on this one.
Medina,
Yes.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Goza,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes, ma'am.
McKinney,
Yes.
Harris.
No.
All right, motion passes 6-1. Next, we are going to pull agenda items 14 and 15. It's under consider and possible action. Agenda item 14, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with Romtech for the purchase and installation of a restroom building for Mary Kyle Hartson Park in the amount of $899,759 via the Buy Board Cooperative Purchasing Program.
We didn't do the
You know what?
consent agenda.
No, I thought we were gonna
gonna
pull
put it
off.
before consent.
Yeah, we were gonna bring up 14 and 15. Okay, well, I got bad news. My is misnumbered. So yes, okay, there you go. 14 and 15, we're gonna have, my apologies, guys. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement between the City of Kyle, Hayes County, and City of Buda for participating in the City of Kyle Animal Care Facilities and Operations. Presenter, Jesse Elizondo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. This is, as the mayor says, a resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement between the City of Kyle, Hayes County, and City of Buda for participation in animal care facilities and operations. This might be a little bit of a deja vu item. This is very similar to the presentation that was, this item was tabled about a month ago And the presentation is very similar, although we do have a few updated slides and a few, we tightened up some things in the presentation after talking to some of our partners in this agreement. Before we get started, speaking of our partners, I would like to say a huge thank you to the Commissioners Court, not just the commissioners who we work with on this ILA, but also the commissioners' staff. They have been tremendous in working with us, and then also the City of Buda, Buda City Council, and the City Manager's Office and Buda's staff. It's been a huge effort getting to this point, so we'll dive right in. I think everybody is quite clear that San Marcos Regional Animal Shelter is releasing its interlocal partners in 2026. It's something we've been talking about for a little while. The City of Kyle, after hearing that in early 2025, we started a feasibility study that included a needs assessment, a data analysis, extensive public stakeholder input, site evaluation, programming, financials, and right sizing of that facility. That feasibility study was focused specifically on the City of Kyle and its needs as we were looking at what we would need from within the city. At the same time, we began talks as partnerships with Hays County, not as a full regional shelter, but in a very specific service area, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. And then also the City of Buda, who we talked to. In August of 2025 and October of 2025, both Hays County and the City of Buda, as well as the City of Kyle, approved MOUs in those months respectively. And then on January 6th of 2026, Hays County approved this interlocal agreement through their Commissioners Court. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that Buda also has tonight on their agenda this interlocal agreement. And we got word just recently, I think Mayor Pro Tem Tobias is nodding his head. He knows it just passed in Buda as well. So that's exciting. We expect the full design, which we have the contract for design coming up right after this. We expect full design to be done in 2026, probably late 2026 at this point, and then have full construction in 2026, 2027, opened and operated according to this ILA. So a few of the things that we heard, this was in the previous presentation, was some people asking just generally where this is, the locations. We wanted to make sure everyone knew this is the location, obviously Kyle right there, it's circled, but the location in the greater Hays County area. And then if you zoom in, you can see just east of 35, the Cal Vista site that we're looking at here. And this is the actual site itself. We're talking about that southeast corner on Daisy and Sunflower, close to BB, the plot of land that's on the southeast with the little curve with Sunflower there. Here's a conceptual from the feasibility study. And the interlocal breakdown that's before you tonight, we'll walk through many elements of this. I won't go through all these numbers. You all have seen them, but this is the breakdown of the capital costs that would be shared across the different partners and the operational costs across the different partners. We will also be this year standing up an animal care advisory board that is that makes non-binding recommendations. It is literally one of our boards and commissions that we will bring forward, and we'll have partners from Hays and Buda, as well as a veterinarian, I believe, is legally required to be on that board, and also representatives here in Kyle, so that they will look at policy, programming, partnerships, all of those types of things, make recommendations, just like our park board does or our library board does, and all of those things will be finally passed through the City Council of Kyle. The interlocal breakdown, I'll go through this rather quickly, and when we get to the question and answer phase, we can dig in a little bit more, but I wanted to make it very clear, this is the service area, the final service area that's been agreed upon by all the partners. Like I said, this is not taking care of the full Hays County region. It's just this service area. And I wanted to break out exactly what Kyle would be responsible for in the service area and what we're not responsible for. So we would be responsible for full facility ownership and control of what we build. We will have full control of the facility and ownership of it. Also design, construction, and delivery. Now, we have worked with our partners to make sure, obviously, with all of the capital costs and operations that they're putting in, we're not going to build this without their input. So they will be looking at review. There will be times to look at reviews on design and get their input and feedback through all of this, through construction and delivery. But ultimately, the City of Kyle will have full control of the ongoing operations and maintenance of this facility. We will also be responsible for all animal sheltering services. That means full operations of the facility. All of the full-time employees that are working there will work for the City of Kyle, and all of the partnerships will go through that Animal Service Board, and all the partnerships across the region that we'll be partnering with and programming. Like Lauren, who came and spoke, I appreciate her coming from PALS. We'll be working with a lot of those nonprofit partners as well. All of that will go through this facility and the city of Kyle. We'll also be responsible for staffing and compliance of all of those things, budgeting and cost allocation, full governance and oversight, and assisting in animal control. And the reason I say assisting is because one of the things City of Kyle will not be responsible for, just because of legal reasons, will be criminal law enforcement outside of the City of Kyle. So we won't have jurisdiction to do anything that rises to the level of legal or criminality, like any kind of fines or legal seizures that are taking place outside of our jurisdiction. We will work with our partners, Buda and Hays County, the Sheriff's Office, whenever we find something like that, our ACOs find something like that, and we will work with them to make sure they take care of that legal enforcement. We will not be responsible for the full funding of the facility. I think that's something everybody recognizes with the breakdown of the costs, both capital and operational. We will not be responsible for full animal control partnership in the jurisdictions. Like I said, our ACOs will have some element of animal control services in this service area, but we will work especially with law enforcement and legal criminal enforcement with those jurisdictions. We are not responsible for financial risk. That is one of the benefits of this ILA. Every partner takes on their own financial risk, and it's not shared across the ILA. And then individual partner governance and private or joint ownership of the facility. And in fact, I believe the ILA specifically states that we cannot bring in private partners into the facility, and we will not, and the City of Kyle will not have joint ownership of the facility. It will be fully owned and operated by the City of Kyle. One thing I did want to point out, in the month that we took to take a step back and look at this agreement and talk to our partners a little bit more, there was some conversations. Nothing substantial to the agreement changed. No shared costs or anything like that in the agreement. But there was some language that we added that was several of the partners wanted in, and of course the City of Kyle was happy to do it on live outcomes. You can see the language was added as a whereas statement at the top of the ILA. And it's non-binding, but it says that the partners are committed to maximizing positive life-saving outcomes for animals and will continually align policies, partnerships, and operations toward that goal, informed by data, performance metrics, and regular reporting. So this is something that all partners obviously are going to agree on. I can't imagine anyone in this interlocal that would not agree to that statement. And then we will work toward all of our policies to get as many live outcomes as possible. That's what everyone involved in this venture wants. The Animal Services Board, we're also asked just from our partners that it, as best it can, reasonably reflect the partnership's entity's level of contribution. So the Hays County, I believe, wanted extra seats on the Animal Services Board. We're happy to oblige for that, especially with given their contribution for capital and operations. So we put that in there, and then some non-substantive minor refinements for finalization of the ILA. That when you see that, that means little tweaks to definitions. A good example of this is Buda wanted to add some language for their bond counsel, just in case they bond for some of that money, that reflects some of how Hays County did it in theirs. It's non-substantive and minor, so it's not something that would require them. We've worked with all of our partners to pass this at their level, and then would be able to make these minor non-substantive changes to get a finalized document that we then pass around and everybody signs after it's been passed through their boards and commissions. So the anticipated next steps, obviously we went through the memorandums of understanding. The interlocal agreement with Hays County was passed on the 6th. I have Buda and City of Kyle passing tonight. City of Buda has passed theirs, we heard earlier. And then we're looking at a design contract that's coming up as the next item, I believe, on the agenda that will get us started designing the building. And then we have design through 26 and construction through 27. Your options tonight as council is to approve the resolution as presented, approve it with any modifications or denial of the resolution, and staff recommends approval of the resolution as presented. I'm here for any questions.
All right. Does anybody have any questions? Comments?
And to be fairness, the reason why this was tabled was to allow the new council members to give their feedback. So I'd like to start with them, if they don't mind.
All right. Go, Councilmember Koza.
I have some concerns from the Hays County Animal Advocate, and those are things that I would like to start with. If you'll give me just a second. Her questions had to do with some stuff that was going on online tonight that was saying that we would be taking animals possibly from Wimberley and other areas, and then eventually when they get satellite offices, then they would take our animals if necessary. So I wanted to clarify that and see kind of what that expectation is. I think we have Walt Smith here still, so maybe you can address that, sir. There were also questions on the number of meetings that we have to have statutorily, whether that's in the ILA. Kind of wondered like what it is going to really look like when we fully build this out, like including the Buda and then the county area, because that could add substantial costs that maybe we're not ready for yet. And I know we're sharing it, but still, if it's going to add a lot more, we need to know what those things are going to be, in my opinion.
So I'll take those one at a time. Great questions. The first one, and certainly Commissioner Smith is welcome to come up and add anything to this, but I'll just start by saying you're exactly right. This service area that we have up on the screen, that is the whole of the intake for this facility. It's semi-regional. We've looked in, it's about 70-ish, 75% of intake in the county. So it's a large amount of the county, but based on the ILA and the partnership, as everyone understands it, anything outside of this service area will be taken care of by the county in some capacity or another. I have talked to the partners on the Animal Services Committee, and we believe that when we bring the ordinance to build that committee, how often they meet can be built into that ordinance. So if it's once a year, I think they will probably meet quarterly at least, but obviously that's something for this board to determine how often they want them to meet. It could be at least once a year, but that can be put into the ordinance of building that Animal Services Board to make sure that they don't go 2-3 years without meeting. There will certainly be, especially the first few years, plenty of work for them to look at and do. And then third, remind me of the third question. Sorry, I was trying to hit those one at a time.
It was asking whether some of the things that I saw online tonight were true, like whether initially we'd be taking Wimberley. So that's where Walt is speaking. Another thing that she asked was having a nonprofit organization that helps to coordinate that. It sounds like we can't really do that with the way that the agreement is written.
Well, the facility will be owned, operated, and run by the City of Kyle, but we will certainly have strong partnerships with nonprofits all over the county and partner with them with a lot of our programming. I mean, that'll just be a core part of what we do. So while they won't be in the facility or helping run the facility, we will certainly have strong partnerships with those. I don't think we could do this without those partnerships of nonprofits.
Now, with the city owning it and operating it, what are the restrictions that we might have in order for grants, fundraising, things along those lines? Because I know as a nonprofit for the rescue that I'm on the board for, we have a lot more opportunities because of our nonprofit status. Of course, the city is nonprofit, however, it's organized differently.
That's something we would have to look into. There might be some that are specifically nonprofit that we would miss out on, but I certainly think being a municipality, we would have plenty of opportunity for other grants.
I would think that much like our, Friends of the Library, we could have a Friends of the Animal Shelter.
I've written grant requests to foundations for the city and the community garden. We got $36,000 to start the community garden from foundations. I find that most foundations don't have a problem working with municipalities as long as it's within as long as the purpose of the grant is within their grant guidelines. The other thing that can be done is it can be a Friends of, like the library has, but we could also get direct donations to the library. There's nothing in most foundations that prohibit that. So yeah, outside fundraising would definitely be a possibility.
I'd like to let Commissioner Smith, if you guys want to speak to the Wimberley and the other areas, but I did remember your last question. It was on the costs being inflated, taking in from those different areas. We have accounted for that in our projections, and one of the first things, obviously this is the next item that's coming up, but one of the first things the design contract will do, we'll take a look, now that we have a defined service area with a concrete ILA, they will take the first, I believe, month or month and a half of that contract before they start designing the building to do some public input and look at the most updated intake numbers that they can find and try and make sure that the facility is fully right-sized for that. We have the numbers of Kyle's owned and operated just within Kyle are a certain number for capital and operations, and they go up quite a bit when we take in this type of intake for this surface area. However, with that breakdown of the operations and capital that we're splitting with Hays County and Buda, it's still quite a bit lower for the city of Kyle as a whole. So.
Okay.
I would just like to maybe color some background on the conversations that we've had in our court over the last at least 3 years on this facility. Probably 4 years ago, we wanted to take a really hard look at knowing that the impact that the San Marcos shelter was having and the possible, not closure, but the possible non-renewal of any contracts with us, because we were providing those services through contract with them to the other municipalities in the county. When we looked at that, our first step was a real needs assessment for the county. When we did that, we gave a very clear scope of work of what we wanted to do, and we wanted them to meet with every single city and municipality in the county, all of our stakeholder groups. They did a number of stakeholder group interactions, public meetings. What we found whenever that came back, I was very disappointed in. I'll be very honest, because they only interviewed three cities in our county. And our needs, and especially because I represent that part of the county, and at the time I represented a large portion of Kyle, I felt were completely unaddressed in that needs assessment. And that's the Wimberley area and the Dripping Springs area. And so at that point, they brought back a proposal for the county to look at an overall countywide facility, and it was like $30 million, somewhere in the neighborhood of that. We looked at that, and some ungodly number, 48 full-time employees, more employees than we had in our transportation department to run that facility. I, at that time, asked the court to do a reevaluation and to look at what regionalized facilities would look like. A facility in Dripping Springs, a smaller scale facility in Dripping Springs, a smaller scale facility in Wimberley, perhaps one in the Ulen or far east side of the county area, and a centralized location for the major catchment of the county. And that's what we looked at. We had Broadus and Associates, who under contract for the county, did an evaluation of both of those options and brought it back to the county, and it saves our taxpayers and your taxpayers a significant amount of money to go with a regionalized system such as we're discussing, because they're taxpayers for both you and us. And at the end of the day, we want to provide those services countywide, but we want to do it at a level where it's economically available, it's uniform across the entire county, so the services that would be offered here would be offered in any of those satellite locations. And as a matter of fact, today, we as a court voted to go to COs, certificates of obligation, for our vertical needs. The first vertical needs that were listed, we have a top priority list. One of those is animal care facilities, not a animal care facility, it's animal care facilities. And we're currently looking at locations both in Wimberley and Dripping to bring online in a similar timetable. So we would anticipate that we are going to have multiple facilities, and that is what our court actually voted on, I want to say maybe June of last year, to have those other facilities. And we are also, I have not been a part of the negotiations, but I have spoken to individual members of the San Marcos City Council, and I know that our representatives have spoken to those individual members about the catchment now, not completely canceling our contract on a drop dead date, but having that extended on a drawdown basis, whereby anything that is out there that we still have to do if those other facilities aren't online, they could take those animals until we get our other facilities online. The other thing that I would say is, under the previous concept of one large countywide facility, there was a real concern because there was an outside organization not from Hays County who would more than likely be tasked with running that. It was at a tremendous expense to the county and to our taxpayers. We gave direction to our folks to go back and really do direct outreach to all of those local animal care advocates and those local organizations, of which we have dozens in our county, that have been providing phenomenal work on behalf of our pets for years, and really talk to them about what services they currently provide and what services they would be willing to provide. And whenever I say services, it's not just spay and neuter, it's programming, it's holistic look at that animal care.
And personally, I was absolutely amazed to learn everything that they're currently doing. And so our direction to our folks at that time, whenever we decided to go in a different direction, within our health department, we set up an animal care branch of that. And we have our own employees doing that, coordinating with those advocacy groups and putting together the programming that will be in our facilities. And again, I'm really excited for the city of Kyle because y'all are gonna be the ones setting the gold standard with us for what animal care in our region looks like. And we're gonna be able to take that, and we've had multiple discussions about this in our court, take that gold standard that y'all create along with us, and we are gonna take that and put it in each one of those other facilities that we end up building in the county.
All right, any other questions or concerns?
So just to kind of reiterate the original question, are we going to be bringing animals in from Wimberley and Dripping Springs to our facility as a partnership until the county decides what they're doing in those areas?
That is not the intent based on the ILA.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that question got answered. Before I kept on, did you have anything else?
I'm good right now.
Okay. And then just to clarify right now, agenda item 14 is just as it states, the agreement to work together. It's not discussing anything regarding the county East Side Services building that we're looking at in the future, possibly leasing the land. This has nothing to do with any of that, just the agreement.
That's correct, Councilmember Medina. Thank you for the clarification. The MOU included that because it was kind of a holistic plan, but this agreement before you tonight has nothing to do with the East Side building.
And then I heard you mention earlier, when we get to the next item for design, once that process starts, then we'll redo kind of like the feasibility study to decide how many kennels we need, because right now we know the 41 dog and 36 cat is not enough for the area of Hays County and Buda that we're adding into the agreement.
That's correct, and we have Kim Hanchin here. If we get to that item with Jackson and Ryan, she can walk through that process. I'm not sure where those numbers came from. We were looking at some a little bit higher, but at this point, we're waiting for that first part of the design to make sure that we have the right numbers. They could go higher.
Perfect. And I thought I had read somewhere about the study including a $1 million fundraising initiative.
I think that was originally in the feasibility and a possibility to go out and get $1 million from possible fundraising, but it's not something that we're including in our base projections.
Okay, perfect. That's all I have for right now.
Go ahead.
I don't know if we were just going down the line. Okay, so I think as an overall understanding, from questions that I've asked, it seems like this is going to be a significant cost savings. So I was just wondering if you could go a little bit over those numbers, because I think on the projections, it's like over the next 5 years, this partnership could save taxpayers in Kyle around up to $40 million over the next 5 years.
Yes, that's on the high end.
Yeah.
Councilmember Zapata.
And then 25 mil on the low end. Yeah.
But that is true, and I do want to preface this by saying these are preliminary numbers that we pulled. But I mean, it is true. When we were looking at, I have it here in front of me. We're looking at the city of Kyle doing this exclusively by ourselves. A facility capital cost, we were looking at somewhere between $9 and $14 million for building a building. Obviously, we own the land, so we save money there, but we would pay that 100% out of the city of Kyle, and then probably somewhere around $1 million to $2 million operational costs. Now that's, we don't know the full operation scope and stuff, but that was just our estimates based on the feasibility study that we had. Obviously, just like Councilmember Goza said earlier, you increase the service level, you take on Buda, you take on a significant portion of Hays County. Those costs do go up. We were looking at a larger footprint for the building. The square footage goes up. So instead of the 9 to 14 million, we were looking at 14 to 24 million for the building itself. So it's a much larger number because the building's going to be larger and need more in it. And then the operation going up to around $8 million for possible operations, depending on what we take in. However, when you break down the percentages based on the ILA, the savings per year, I'll just do the math for you, are somewhere between $4 and $6 million for Kyle for the the capital costs, and somewhere between $1 to $2 million per year year over year for operational costs. So if you add that up over 5 years, yes, it's somewhere between $25 and $40 million for the city of Kyle in savings. So on top of that, apart from just cost savings, which is significant, we get a larger building, we get higher operation, we get partnership with the county and Buda, and a higher level of service and larger footprint and larger operation as well. So we see it as a win all around. Our partners see it as a win all around. We're excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, those are some, just numbers that I think people would be happy to know, that this is intentionally setting us up so that way we can get the best of both worlds. Sometimes you can't, but maybe this time we can. And then I also, as a full-time grant writer, I do know that there's tons of grants available just locally, statewide, federal grants that are available to help offset even just the small costs that we do inquire as Kyle, as the city. And I think I even sent one to y'all today that was like for $50,000.
Right.
I was like, hey, just so y'all know, this LOI closes pretty soon. And so there's plenty of opportunities for us to be able to have additional support and funding for this. I think the other part that I wanted to talk about briefly is in the proposal from, or maybe this is actually the other part, the next item. So I don't know if I want to, or if it's okay if I talk about it now. Because I think it's with the next agenda item with the architectural.
We can get that to whenever we're at that agenda item.
One last thing I'd say, Councilmember Zapata, is we get administratively, we look at cost savings and the building itself stuff. It also, number one, addresses a critical need that we have in animal services within the county. I mean, that's the number one thing that it addresses that.
Mm-hmm. And then I also just had a question, because I believe that there has been some concerns as to why there isn't certain vaccines listed in here or certain requirements. And my understanding is that our animal services officers have actually said that they would prefer that we don't do that because then you can limit us, you can prohibit us on expanding on certain areas. So it's actually best practice to not include those. Can you just reiterate that a little bit?
Sure, it's typically not something that's built that specifically into ILAs. That would come through with all of the policies as we build the department out and be more specific in what we're going to use in those policies, which will go through not only the staff itself, but the board and ultimately city council will see all of those.
Okay. All right, well, that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right. So I have several questions. Looking at the ILA, it looks like the city of Kyle is agreeing to take on a tremendous amount of responsibility. Sheltering services, disease prevention, animal holds, quarantined animals. So anytime that we're going to get an animal from the county or from Buda, people from that area are going to call the city of Kyle, and we're going to have to be responsible for answering all those questions. That's a concern to me. Another concern to me is Section 5.06 termination. And it states, if Kyle terminates his participation in this agreement, Kyle shall either A, pay the full amount of the principal and interest of the annualized county obligation payments each year when such payment becomes due, with the first payment commencing immediately following the date of Kyle's termination of its participation in this agreement and continuing thereafter until the county obligations are paid in full. Or B, fully redeem or defease the county obligations immediately following the date of Kyle's termination of its participation in this agreement. Could you explain to me what that means?
Yes. So essentially, if we terminate the agreement and kick everyone out of the facility that was built, we will pay back what was paid for. I would defer to my city attorney, who's not in her seat right now, but it's a safeguard for our partners that we would not create a $24 million building and take millions in operations and then say, sorry, we're not going to play with you anymore. Mayor, we have the same safeguards for us if they terminate.
Exactly, and that's going to the prior paragraph. Any party may terminate its participation in this agreement at the beginning of any fiscal year if its governing body fails to approve the required funding by providing written notice to the other parties in accordance with this agreements. So yes, that's saying anybody, us, Buda or Hays County, can terminate this. So that to me is a red flag. It kind of makes me nervous. Also, there are no numbers other than rates, percentages. There is one number for $50,000 that's located in here. So my questions are going to be, how much did the city approve NCO bonds for this animal facility?
So we've not approved the actual issuance of the COs. $10 million had been included in the CIP for the facility. So this
Okay.
would be, the proposal with the ILA is less than what we were anticipating in our capital plan.
All right, so if we decide to move ahead with this, then we should put in the agreement that we're going to limit ourselves to that $10 million that we've already bonded out for. That would be my suggestion.
Well, I just want to be clear, we haven't bonded out. This is a planned use of debt. It was in the CIP, but no bonds have been issued for that.
Correct. Okay, so they've been approved, but not issued.
No, they have not been approved. It's just part of the CIP plan that we have. So the council has not voted to issue any bonds or approved any bonds, COs, to be issued. It's part of a capital plan that we put together. So projects and the funding and the plans of how that would be financed, but they have not been issued or formally approved.
Right, okay, so when I was at the meeting, what my understanding was there was $69 million, and the council took a vote and voted, yes, we want to take this $69 million, and $10 million was allocated. Is that correct?
Right, so it's a plan. So the CIP has been approved, but they haven't been issued. I just want to make sure I'm clear about that. No bonds have been issued by the council. And no
Right,
bonds have
yeah,
been
I
issued.
corrected
I just want to make
myself.
sure it's clear, yeah.
Yes, not issued, but they were approved. $10 million was approved. During that vote, that $69 million vote, you guys said $10 million was going to be used for an animal shelter. So how much is this going to cost us?
That was the other thing I was going to say, Mayor, just in a clarification. We have not designed the building yet, and obviously we have the percentage breakdowns in the ILA for that reason. We don't know the cost of the building at this point. So we have the cost of the design contract, which is split up, but I would just say limiting ourselves to a certain number at this point before we know the number of the building would, I don't know why we would put that in the ILA.
Well, we have estimates for the.
Go ahead.
We have estimates for the cost of the building. And it's a range right now. Until that's refined, we don't have an exact number. But we expect the total cost to be less than 10 million. But as Jesse's pointed out, we can't give you a specific number. That will come back, and certainly the council will have an option to consider how much you want to fund, what's the type of building you want to have, the finish out, all those elements that would be included in there, and you will have options of how you'd want to apportion that cost. But right now, we don't have an exact number because we haven't designed the building.
Okay, so that's, for me, I don't want to just give a blank check. I don't want to say, but right now we already had to pay $1.6 million just to get these plans. And then what if we do the 1.6 and then realize it's going to cost everybody 15 million instead?
Well,
So-
the design process will be, if we get to that item next, it'll be an iterative process. So it won't be approval of design process, here's the building, here's how much it costs. Council will be intricately involved in feedback and updates as we go forward. The range that Brian mentioned is based on square footage and a certain cost per square footage. So as the building gets designed, if that starts to go higher and higher, there's ways that you can drop the cost per square footage in the building. Those will all come before council for vote. So that's why it's hard to give a perfect estimate of what the building will cost, especially given the fact that we need to go back and find out the exact intake that's going to come in from that area and stuff. There's a lot of conversations to be had before we come up with that exact number.
Which makes me extremely nervous. You're saying we don't know how many animals we're going to need to intake.
Well, I think we have to, assuming we pass agenda item 15, we will get more information later on that we'll be able to base better informed decisions on.
Right, but a feasibility could do the same thing, and our feasibility only pertains to the city of Kyle. So if we wanted to get a truer, better number without spending or, signing an ILA or going over the $10 million budget, which the council has promised to the residents when they took that vote, why wouldn't we do a feasibility study for the whole area that we are going to cover?
Well, our feasibility study was originally for the city of Kyle before we started having conversations about partnership, but that is why the first part of the design, and we also did some element, a small feasibility study for this general intake area. But to your point, before we start designing a building, we want to know exactly what we're going to be intaking and how we want to design that building and go step by step from there. So that will be that first month and a half that Kim can talk about for the beginning of the design phase to make sure we have those numbers right so that we can move forward in the right direction.
Okay, so why wouldn't we do the feasibility study for the whole area before we approve what we're approving today?
I guess, Mayor, I guess I'm not totally understanding your question. I don't know if you can restate it.
Well,
for
you
me.
did one feasibility already, right, for the city of Kyle, and we were gonna plan with that. So why wouldn't we do another feasibility with Buda and the county to decide how much it's gonna cost and where it's gonna go?
I would tell you that I think based on that feasibility and the small intake feasibility for this service area, we have a good idea of what the space is that we're going to need. But we want to make sure that we have it clear before we begin the design of the building, which will be this first phase.
Well,
it was the timing of the process of putting all the partnerships together.
I feel like it would be inappropriate to pay for that before we have an ILA. Like, why would you?
Because we've
pay
already
a
paid for
study-
one feasibility study.
Right.
So why,
When
okay,
were
why
going
did
to
we
move- to
pay
move
for
forward
it?
with just us as a city?
So why wouldn't we do it for the
solitarily?
totality of what we're signing an ILA for?
It's my understanding that we will once we've agreed on the ILA.
Okay, right, correct. I 100% understand that. You guys want to do it afterwards. So what you're asking for is to spend $1.6 million to figure out how much it's going to cost.
Point of order, we're on item
I want to
14, not
clarify,
15.
if I could, Mayor.
Right, but that's how much it's going to cost.
I
We're
want
not
to clarify,
skipping
that's
out.
not what we're asking. That's not what we're asking. We've done a preliminary feasibility for this entire area that's there. It's not a final feasibility report, as Jesse's tried to mention to you. The first part of a $1.6 million, that's construction documents, all the way through the process to get a construction documents that can be bid. The first month of that will be to complete and finalize and validate the numbers that we've included in that preliminary feasibility that we've looked at. So it's not a full $1.6 million for a month's worth of work. It's a much smaller number, and that cost would be shared between us and all of our partners. So 66% roughly, or 65% of that cost will be paid for by the county, and then we'll have the remainder as well as Buda. So that's the proposal in front of you, is to make sure that we want to validate the numbers and make sure that there's no surprises on the beginning of this as we move forward into the final design. But we're not suggesting, I want to be clear, we're not suggesting that we spend $1.6 million and then figure out whether or not to move forward. It will be a process that we go through, and as those numbers get validated and come to fruition, they'll be coming back to you, and you'll see them as we go forward through the process.
But once we sign the ILA, we're dedicated to it. There's no going back.
Are you suggesting we go back and not offer animal services at all?
No one said that. My suggestion, I mean, I have more questions, and I'll answer that question in a minute, but I have concerns, real concerns, and I just want them addressed. So my next question will be, what is the annual maintenance cost for this?
Our operational estimate is somewhere between $4 to $6 or $4 to $8 million, but that, again, that's based on forecasting, and that is split between the entities. So the city of Kyle would be paying around $650,000 to about 1.5 million operationally.
Okay, that'll make it really hard to budget with such a big gap in the number. So when we say 4 to 8 million, that kind of makes me nervous.
That's
because-
total for that. That's before we split the cost with Hays County and Buda.
Understood. It's not just the total, it's just the gap. You're saying it's either gonna be 4 or 8 million for all three of us to split. So that's, to me, it's an unknown number. And so that makes me nervous to proceed. So when we do have these animals, you were talking about that were involved in criminal actions, where do those animals go?
We would intake them. We just would not have the ability to go carry those out in jurisdictions that we don't have legal authority in. So the entity that has legal authority would carry them out, but we would intake those animals.
And then what? And so the police officers would take care of it afterwards? Like, how does that work? So then we have the dog, we'll just keep the dog or the cat?
What dog are we talking about?
The animal that gets confiscated due to like a criminal activity.
The actual process, I mean, I don't have the answer right now for the actual process of how we would intake said
Okay. Can I
dog.
ask Commissioner Smith a question?
On that point, I would just say that the reasoning behind that, the animals are animals. They're going to be they're going to go through intake and they'll be cared for all in the exact same way. And the caretaker in a facility doesn't care why that animal's there, other than for its well-being. The point that was made, and I think just to clarify, I don't think there might not be the best understanding on your question. If an animal is taken in because of some criminal activity in Buda, then the city of Buda would be who prosecuted that. If it was taken in within the Kyle city limits, y'all would be the ones who would prosecute that. If it was taken in that unincorporated area of the county or that general catchment area, not included in one of them, then the Hays County Sheriff's Department and the Hays County DA would be the one prosecuting that. And so I think that was just clarification because, again, that's the way it under state statute, that's the way it would work. It's just clarified in the ILA, restating what would happen under statute.
Okay. With your satellite offices, are you guys going to share the cost, or who's going to pay for the satellite offices in Wimberley?
It looks like we are going to be paying. Right now, we don't have an exact location at either the dripping or, again, we are looking at a location in Wimberley to partner with a nonprofit on their facility. We're looking at least one, perhaps two locations in the Dripping Springs area where we would either pay full freight on it, or because those are and ask for some type of payment if it was for those individual cities. The problem is that in those areas, we may not even be, the catchment area may be, it'll probably be 3 times what you're looking at here. It's just the sheer volume that y'all have in this area. This is where I want to say almost 80% of the dogs and cats that are taken into our system outside of that San Marcos city limit area is right here. And so we want to have a facility specifically where the greatest need is. And as we create these other facilities, we want to make sure that where we create them, we have the possibility in the future as we see additional population there for growth in those areas. And so we haven't drawn the catchment areas for those other facilities yet because we don't know specifically where they are going to be. Again, we provided funding for some of those facilities today in our court, and I anticipate that we will move forward with those projects probably within the next 3 months.
So what is the county going to do if the city decides not to partner with them and they just build the animal
First,
shelter?
they're going to be very disappointed, and so will the city council and the residents of Buda.
Well, I'm not saying that we're not going to build it. I'm just saying if Kyle decides to build on its own, what is the county going to do?
Well, we'll have to go back to our taxpayers and say that unfortunately the cost of the facility is going to go up exponentially, and I'll be honest, I'd just be very disappointed in all the work that's gone into this over the last 2 years. We've really striven to do 2 things more than anything. Well, 3 things. The first is to make sure that we provide the utmost animal care for all of those animals that would go into a facility, whether that's with y'all, whether that's with somebody else, whether that's on our own. Secondly, we wanted to do it in a very uniform manner throughout the county to provide all of those services at the highest level. But third, and possibly most importantly, it was to do it in a way where we could stretch the dollar for every one of our municipalities as far as possible. Now, you're looking at a proposal today, and this isn't the view of the court, what I'm about to say, this is my view. Whenever I talk to my constituents and I tell them that at the end of the day, they're going to be taxed by 2 entities, no matter what. The county and the city, if you live in the city limits, you will be taxed by both those entities. At the end of the day, if I can make that same dollar go twice as far, I'm going to try to do that every single day. And in my time on the court, I've seen very few agreements between our municipalities and the county where one didn't come out a loser. And I say that very clearly. One entity will always pay more, and they don't necessarily get everything worthwhile. This is one agreement where I've been proud to look at it as it's come through our court and work on it specifically because the first proposals that came to us were so poor, I felt, for our county taxpayers and for the residents of the participating municipalities. This is one that I truly feel the taxpayer is a winner, the pets are a winner, and at the end of the day, the community is a winner because we're partnering with our local partners who have been providing these services in Hays County, in the city of Kyle, for literally decades. And we went back to the drawing board specifically to recognize that they were an important part of the process, and we decided to stay in county and in community with those volunteers and with those organizations that we work with.
Okay, thank you. Overall, my opinion is I think the city of Kyle should do this on their own. I think we can stay within the $10 million. We can focus on what our residents and our animals. My hope would be that we can make it a no-kill shelter. I think we could do more, because essentially this is a county issue, and if the county doesn't want to take control over it, and if the county doesn't want to participate and be the one in charge of this, I figure then it should just be the city of Kyle. Ultimately, I think we can take the information that we have and we can move forward today. We could cap it at $10 million, and then that way we all know where we're at. Go ahead, yes.
I disagree. I think it's a tremendous deal for all parties. I don't think we can do the job that this joint venture would do on our own. And we've evaluated that over the last 2 years. We know that this saves us money. We know that it saves the county money, and we know that it provides the best services possible for the animals, and integrates the partners that are nonprofits to the widest extent possible. I think that this is a really, really good idea and a good deal for the city of Kyle. I don't know why we would not want to proceed with this. The county will be an excellent partner, and so will Buda. And if we kick them out of this partnership, I think that we are doing everybody a disservice. You know, there are time frames on this, so I think that we need to move forward with the ILA tonight.
Go ahead, Councilmember McKinney.
In an ideal world, we would not need an animal services facility. In the absence of an ideal world, we need to do the best we can to do the most amount of good with the limited resources that we have available. Since I took this seat, our peers at the county, our peers at other cities, our peers at the school district, they can all attest, I have worked to pool our resources to get the maximum benefit to our residents without having to basically double tax them for the same services. This is an opportunity where we can partner and maximize the tax money that our residents are paying to get the most amount of good, to get a significantly better facility. We're still maintaining control, so if you're adamant about making it no-kill, like that's the whole point of us maintaining control and not turning over to the county. If we opt to go solo by ourselves, City of Kyle, it will cost our residents more overall. Our residents will still be paying for a county facility because those needs will still be present, and we will just get less service for those dollars that we're spending. This is a partnership that benefits all of us. And honestly, it really tremendously benefits the animals because it provides on a much faster scale than sending everybody back to the drawing board, a facility where we can do the good and take care of the need and satisfy our residents.
Okay, any other thoughts or ideas? I do want to preface with people keep talking about how much money we're going to save and how this is such a good deal, and I've yet to hear one amount, one number, one comparison. It's all just very generalized. I've heard word like tremendous expense, significant amount of money, great savings. Like those are nice words. I can't use those words and put them in my account though. I can't I can't tell the residents, hey, we saved a tremendous amount of money, and then they're gonna trust that. So for me, it's all about seeing actual numbers, just in order to try to be fiscally responsible, to get an understanding, not just for myself, but for the residents of Kyle. They deserve to have these numbers, and unfortunately, I don't think we're at the place where we can give them that. And it all started with a vote to allot $10 million to this, and now I can't go back and say, hey, we're going to save you a tremendous amount of money, and it's going to be less than $10 million. I can't tell them that, can I?
Sure you can, because we have to vote whenever the time comes to spend that money. That's how the process works. At what point have you ever seen a building built where you knew before you even got plans what it was going to cost? There's a,
Well, it's not
a
even-
timeline that you have to go through.
There's no information. I mean, for some, Williamson County did it, right? They were able to have this ILA that was longer and more detailed than what we have. And so my question is, why couldn't we have something like that?
If there's one thing Texas will teach is there's 254 ways to do things
Well,
at the county level.
that's it's really too bad that that would be the answer instead of, hey, yeah, that's a great question. Let's check it out. But okay, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Okay, we've got to have, I know it's getting late, but anyhow, I guess, Mayor, what you're trying to get at is that let's rewind back to 2020 when we were doing the bond for the Public Safety Center. Did we have an actual number then as far as bringing to the voters about the amount of money that it would cost for the building to be built?
Yes.
Do we have that? So when we went to the voters, we did our studies, we did our surveys, we did all that feasibility, compared the facility itself from College Station to the one in New Braunfels to have a generalized idea as far as this is what it's going to cost, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is that what we're trying to get down, is the breakdown to say, if we've already, not saying that we've issued the bonds or we have the money, but we've budgeted the CIP, the $10 million, that this is a facility that we could be able to build within this dollar amount? Because again, and then also if there's additional costs that would need to come with it, who would pick up the additional funding for that? Is that what you're asking? Is what you're saying, that this $10 million is going to be what the city of Kyle is going to lay on the table, and then anything else afterwards, because we don't know, you're right. It could be a $32 million facility for all we know. And just hearing the numbers about how much per year of operational costs that we got to manage for just these cats and dogs, almost $1 million?
I think he said 4 to 8.
$4 to $8 million to take care of these animals?
I'm sorry, operationally, the entire operation, we're looking at 2 to 4 million.
2 to 4
Kyle's
million
cost under
per
this
year.
ILA would be 650,000 to
Okay.
1.5 million.
So
Again, these are all estimates.
Okay, these are all estimates, but just like with everything else, milk prices go up and down, so that number can change. So I understand the idea of having a cap on the building itself. I guess that's what it's coming across, is to see if we have this already allotted from the city of this is what we're looking at spending. From our point, where would the Buda and Hayes County come up with the difference in on that end? Do we need a center? Yes, we do. It's been a battle cry for so many of these people. There's nothing. I mean, I've got my own personal opinions about pets, but that's just my own opinions about it. Irresponsible pet owners, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we've got to get to the root of the issue here. I do support an animal center, but I'm just trying to get clarification, Mayor. Are you wanting to cap this off at $10 million and say if this facility ends up being $30 million, then the county and Buda would have to come up with the remainder of the funds?
I mean, ideally, with $10 million is a lot of money, and if it's going to be more than that, why are we not taking this to the voters? And at what point do we stop issuing CO bonds and making those kind of choices when you're talking about millions? We're not talking about $1 million or a couple 100,000. We're talking about 10 million. So if we're going to go over that amount, I don't think we should, first of all, because the CIP that was budgeted for that should have had backup to support the $10 million. But if we are going to go over that, I think at some point we've got to take this to the voters and have them have a say in what it is that they want, because we have people saying yes or no. People, I mean, it's back and forth all the time. I listen to the people, and I made a point to sit down and say, okay, what are your concerns, and what are you willing to pay, and what do you want this to look like? And over again, it was people that are like, can't we just take care of Kyle? And I don't know, maybe that's unrealistic. Maybe we want to like take care of, reach beyond our means and take care of everybody else. But at the end of the day, people are tired of spending the excess amount of money. We've got a whole conversation about a bathroom in Mary Keller Harrison Park. That's a whole other issue. It's another $1 million. And so,
well, Mayor, they would have to pay for the county facility and for the Kyle facility. So the point is, by combining those two services, the dollar stretches further.
Well,
if that makes sense.
I do. That
so
does
they'd
make
be
sense.
taxed twice.
Right. Understood. But here's my deal. Like, if we just cap it at $10 million and that's what it is.
I don't know. I don't know if the cap helps you, but it's just the
Well,
point of.
Yeah, I understand the question. If you were just building the Kyle facility, and today we had a contract to design a Kyle facility for just Kyle itself, we could not tell you specifically what that number is going to be because we haven't designed it. It's just, it's the same issue, but just for a joint facility that we're looking at. So if we were, again, building just a Kyle facility, we would have to go through the same process to design it to give you a final cost. The 10 million was a planning level number that we had. We believe we're several $1 million with this partnership. We're several $1 million less than that $10 million figure. So I think to your point of not wanting to go over that, I think that's where we're going to be. But we don't have that certainty right now because we don't have those numbers. The planning level number, Jesse, was $20 to $24 million was for the facility that we're looking at. And if you do the math, we're looking at $6 million of that would be for the city. So again.
So we could add that, essentially?
Well,
because we all want the animal shelter. Everybody wants it.
I think you're going to have an opportunity to have that come back, and you're going to have to approve that contract as it goes forward. So you're going to see it every step of the way. I'm not sure that it's needed to have it in there personally, but if that's something the council wants to consider, we could certainly look at that as a restriction going forward. There's not a restriction from the county or for Buda that they have, so we'd have to think through that a little bit. But that's the goal, is to come back to you and show you that. And then if it's a number that you're not comfortable with, to then try to value engineer the facility to get down to it.
Or if it's something that's really important to council to discuss, intended costs and what this is supposed to look like, I think it's easy to slip an estimate in, like this is the current estimated cost. And the current share of that estimated cost for the city of Kyle is this amount, for the county it's this amount, for Buda it's this amount. I think that's a pretty easy thing to put into this agreement, and I don't imagine that any of the parties are really gonna have a problem with that.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Any kind of number other than a percentage would be nice.
So that would be an addendum, it would not be a modification of the ILA.
It would be a modification of the ILA, yes.
So we'd have to go back to the parties?
I think it's gonna depend on how they approve it, how they approved it, so.
Well, they've already approved it.
Yes, it's gonna depend on if they approved it with the ability to make minor modifications after the approval or if not.
I think that would probably be considered a major modification that would probably have to go back. I mean, that's the question for the other parties, but that's an option.
I also think if we put a cap in it, I'm just thinking this through, the other entities may want to put a cap in it as well, because if they don't have a cap on it and it increases, what does that do to their percentage of the breakdown, right? So you would every entity would probably want to cap it as a whole.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. Like, I think at some point there needs to be an amount along with this ILA.
Well, I just want to be clear. I keep hearing we don't have an amount. We have an estimated amount based on intake from a feasibility study that did take an element of this service area as we built the partnership. That is based off of a square footage of a building on the low end of square footage and the high end of square footage. That is for this service area, that's 14 million on the low end for square footage and 24 million on the high end for square footage. But Kyle's portion of that is 4.5 million on the low end for the building and 8 million on the high end for the building. So that's under 10 million for that.
Put it in here.
And that is based, well, that would be a council decision, but I keep hearing we don't know what the numbers are.
Well, we don't
know
have,
where
yeah,
they
you're
came
saying
from.
anywhere
I want to be
between
very
4 and
clear,
8.
we do have numbers based on the intake and forecasting.
Okay.
I think I also just want to be very clear that this is just like the first step in the process. So we're going to see this come back many, many times back to the dais and will be heavily included. So these are discussions that take place after we do this. This is just saying, hey, we agree to do this in the first place. And I think it is essential that we also consider the fact that it will just be more expensive if the city of Kyle were to do this by ourselves. This is just such a great deal for our residents, and I think what we're trying to do is put the cart before the horse. But I think, like I said, this is just the first step in the process, but it doesn't mean it's the only step in the process.
I believe we're ready for a vote on this.
Go ahead and make a motion.
I make a motion that we accept item number 14 and approve the resolution authorizing the interlocal agreement between Kyle, Hayes County, and City of Buda for participation in the City of Kyle animal care facilities and operations.
Second.
All right, is a motion by Harris and a second by, was that Tobias?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll take a roll call vote.
McKinney,
Yes.
Goza,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Flores Kale,
No.
Medina,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Tobias.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 6-1. All right, up next, we have agenda item 15, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the design contract with Jackson and Ryan Architects, Inc. for the City of Kyle Animal Care Facility in the amount of $1.66 million.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor and Council, I just want to say there's a lot of good discussion back and forth and questions. Rightfully so. It's a large agreement. It's a big project. It's critical need for this area. We appreciate all of Council's time and the effort that you all put into it over a year of work that has gone into it. So thank you all very much. After that item, we now have a resolution authorizing the design contract with Jackson and Ryan Architects for Animal Care Facility. This is all going to be what you just heard, but just in case someone's watching this later and they click on just this link, I'll run through this really quickly. San Marcos Regional Animal Shelter is releasing its interlocal partners by 2026. The City of Kyle, after realizing that, started a feasibility study that included 3 phases, and all of these items that you see here on the screen. Our partners that we started to talk to, Hayes County and Buda, they approved memorandums of understanding in August and October, respectively. And now we have all 3 entities have approved an interlocal agreement that structures those MOUs with specific guidelines. And the next major milestone, which is very exciting, is a full design phase for this building. It converts the feasibility study into full architectural, civil, structural, mechanical, and site development documents required to prepare the project for full construction in 26-27. I have Kim Hanshin with Jackson and Ryan with us. They have been a tremendous partner in all of the feasibility studies that we've done. They have also built, I talked to several partners about the Williamson County model and that ILA, which is substantially different than what we just approved. However, Jackson and Ryan did build the Williamson County building. That's a tremendous building and a beacon for what we're doing in this area. We have a lot of faith in them. And I will let Kim take over and run you guys through the process, the design process, and then we'll take a vote at the end.
Thanks, Jesse. As he said, I'm Kim Hanshin with Jackson Ryan Architects, and I'm happy to be here at this point. I have stood in this spot several times throughout the process of the feasibility study, and I want to say that I have been just amazed by the speed, the movement, the agility, and the drive that is coming from the City of Kyle. You're addressing something that is imminent. It's a big challenge, and you've put so much effort into resolving that, and it's been a delight to work with you in that process. As we said, we did that comprehensive feasibility study looking at the City of Kyle's needs, especially in the development of a new department as well as the new facility. And in that, during that process, during that time, the discussion about the agreements with the county and Buda occurred. And so we were able to integrate some information during that time, but in order to complete the feasibility study, to really look about what the City of Kyle would be needing, we completed that process. Also, the timeline of San Marcos Regional's retraction of the agreement was also part of that process as to why we were moving so quickly. So when we start this new design phase, the initial month would be a program confirmation period. This is intended to confirm the intake requirements, confirm the capacity requirements, as well as address any concerns that are arising during that time. Now, something that's been discussed is the cost of this facility and the unknowns that are arising during that time. This is not a runaway train. This is something that we have been examining for a long period of time, and it's something that can be controlled as required, as desired, as needed by the city. It's something that we can work with to both meet the needs of the animals in your community as well as your budget constraints and requirements there. So that's part of the initial process, making sure we really understand what's going to meet the city's needs as well as the larger targeted county populations. And then any additional feedback, public input periods that we need to incorporate to make sure that all voices are being heard. So that would be the initial phase. Again, as Jesse said, we expect to be presenting these processes, these findings, to make sure that the council is well integrated into this process so that it is not a surprise. But that first little kickoff gives us the ability to move into a right-sized facility that meets these needs. The next approximately 2 months would be schematic design, and that is when we kick off with the full architectural engineering team, and we're also going to be coordinating with the city-led civil team during that time over the site, other site elements that are occurring in that space. We would then move into design development. Obviously, this is when we are going to be bringing in higher levels of detail. This is where the complexity of these facilities really starts to get parsed out. They are extremely complex with building systems, with finishes, durability requirements. Our goal here is to provide you a building that is going to last for decades, not a facility that as soon as you open it becomes obsolete or crumbles or falls apart, which we see frequently in the animal welfare industry. These facilities take a beating. They're cleaned frequently. They're very wet. The animals inside are often stressed. Although we are reducing stress, stress behavior from a dog in a space can be really destructive for the materials. So we have to create something that can really stand the test of time. So during this process, we'll be integrating increased detail development as well as coordination with our engineers and the city-led civil team. And then we move into construction documents. And as Jesse said, the end result of this design period is a full set of construction documents and specifications that can be bid and bringing that set through permit so that it is ready to be bid on and approved by council at that time. Again, throughout this process, we're going to be presenting to council, making sure that you are involved in the process and understand any changes that are occurring as it develops. But we have put a lot of time into this. The city of Kyle has put a lot of time into this so far, and we are starting from a very strong point. And I feel that with a program confirmation period up front, we're going to be in a really good place to target a right-sized facility. Permitting and bidding, this is an estimate here, but we estimate 2 to 4 months for this process, and we'll be supporting it throughout, making sure that if this bidding process is occurring, that we can respond to any questions, clarifications, and ensure that the cost estimation aligns with the initial budget that we have agreed upon.
I wanted to show before we get to the council action, the cost breakdown based on the ILA that was just approved. So out of that 1.66 million, City of Kyle will pay 542,820. You can see City of Buta's portion there and Hays County portion there. So again, right off the bat with the design, we are benefiting from that breakdown. So the options tonight for council are approval of the resolution as presented, approval of the resolution with any modifications, or denial of the resolution. Staff recommends approval as presented.
All right, any questions?
Me.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
If we go back to the map on the program on number 4.
This one.
You got to move that barn.
I know. Yes.
I've lived on a ranch, and you're going to have these mange animals that are going to smell that place up, and you got a family that just built a brand new house right there, and they're going to be looking at that in their front yard.
We will definitely move that
You've
back.
got to
We
get
will
with
move that
those
back.
people before you put anything like that there, because I can imagine the smell it's
For
going to
sure.
cause for those people that have been there for so long.
When we go through the program confirmation, we'll make sure that we've met the needs of the immediate residents as well as the broader community, for sure.
Thank
It
you.
is heard.
Question. Just to clarify the barn issue, this is a temporary hold for large animals.
Yes,
This is
correct,
not
correct.
a permanent adoption facility for large animals.
Brianna Geddes, Animal Control Supervisor. Yes, livestock is technically the county's issue. We will very minimally be holding anything in that facility. They have a wrangler, but this would be your smaller, mainly your chickens and your goats. But technically, the goats go to the county anyway. All that is under state statute, the county's responsibility.
Yeah, there's an occasional cow that we see and an occasional horse that gets
Yes,
out. But
typically the wrangler comes out directly, but this was an intermediate just in case because we were doing the facility because San Marcos has zero facility for that.
I would just say right now, we handle that under contract. Most of those animals go to the Dripping Springs Ranch Park. The ones that I would be concerned about, again, under statute would go to the county, but the ones that I would be concerned about, it's not the large areas where you have 20 cattle that get out. You have to get a wrangler to go get them. Typically in the more urban environment that you have, the two things that I would be concerned about are in those large scenarios like that, you're looking at the large chunks of land that the city has, that is now included in the city that have had cows running on them for years, those kind of things. We generally have had control of those issues. The ones that I would be concerned about, again, I believe they would still go to the county as well, are those incidents where you've had, and this is what you see, especially in certain areas of the county, where you've got some animal neglect issues where they might have one horse behind their house and they haven't fed it for 3 weeks and somebody has to come in and take that animal, that individual animal. And so you don't see large numbers like that. You don't see 20 cattle or 15 horses. You see one animal, 2 animals, and then those are taken to a different facility.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
All right, any other questions, concerns? If not, I just want to ask, and I want to make clear, I understand that Kyle's, a part of this is $542,000. How does this payment go? So does the city of Kyle pay the $1.6 million and then we get paid back?
Under the ILA, once this contract is approved, the county and Buda are required to provide us evidence that they have put aside the money to pay their share. And then as we get invoices, we draw down through and have them pay their share.
So they'll pay us, or?
Yes.
And then we'll pay them?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially the city of Kyle's gonna pay for it, and then as it gets paid down, they'll pay their portion.
Right, they'll pay their share along the way, yes.
Okay. All right, any motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 15, please.
Second. We got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, the second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye, opposed.
It's done.
6-1.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And this will not be just a design. We will have plenty this year coming forward when it comes to programming, policy, building out the foundation of this department. So there will be plenty more coming before you as it relates to animal services. So thank you all.
All right, thank you. We're gonna go back to consent. Hopefully we can knock those out pretty quick. Does anybody have any agenda items that they want to pull?
I just want to pull agenda item 7.
7, all right. Anybody else?
8.
8, all right. So I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 4 through 6, and then number 9.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by myself and seconded by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, we're going to go back to agenda item 7, which was pulled by Councilmember Zapata.
So the reason why I had this pulled is one, I just wanted to recognize like the fantastic work by our police department, especially recognizing this mental health program. I think it's phenomenal, and the fact that we can also get grant funding for it is even better. And so I think one thing that I want to see if we can do, because I know that this community really, really cares about mental health and interactions with law enforcement and individuals in crisis, if we could just have some like semi-annual reporting on this that just aligns with like the grant purpose, and that would be it. All right, yeah, that's all.
Mayor and Council, for the record, Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, and Councilmember Zapata, we can absolutely do that. We'd be happy to share the accomplishments and achievements and the hard work that these men and women do that are assigned to that unit. So, yes, ma'am.
Yes, definitely, and thank you so much for having this. It's a great program. Motion to approve item 7, consider approval of a resolution approving a public safety alternate response team for mental health grant in the amount of $133,000 between the City of Kyle and Cyber State Crisis Intervention Program, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement and declaring an effective date.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Zapata, seconded by Councilmember Medina. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, agenda item passes 7-0. Up next, we have agenda item number 8, consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with Allen Plummer and Associates, Inc., DBA Plummer Associates, Inc., to provide construction, inspection, and oversight services for the wastewater treatment plant Phase 2 expansion project. That was pulled by Councilmember Zapata. I'm not Zapata. Goza.
Yes.
All right, if you could do the presentation, please.
Okay. Good evening, Council. Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. So this project is for construction and inspection phase services for the wastewater treatment plant Phase 2, and this includes the early work package and the final work package. So the project overview supports the successful execution of this expansion project. The selected firm will provide construction, inspection, and oversight services for both packages, ensuring consistency, acting as representative of the city. These professionals will be responsible for ensuring that all work is performed in strict accordance with the approved project plans and specifications. It is a statutory requirement that the firm provide these types of services be selected solely based on qualifications, which is why we're here tonight, to approve the city manager to enter into contract negotiations with Allen Plummer and Associates for construction phase service and inspection services. The options are to approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate the contract. Option 2, approve the resolution with possible revisions, or option 3, do not approve the resolutions. Obviously, we're recommending option number 1.
All right, Councilmember Goza, you had questions?
Do we have any idea what this service is going to cost us?
Well, that's what we're going to negotiate. So right now, probably if I just gave you a broad range, it would be somewhere between 800 and 1.5 million, 800,000, 1.5 million.
Okay, so I understand we don't have anyone that can go out on the site and verify that the plans are being built accordingly. And then I had a resident ask me if we are planning on accelerating the hiring of a full-time employee CIP project manager in order to manage these types of projects.
Yeah, so this project is such a massive project. Not one person has the qualifications to do the entire project. What we're looking for is a firm that will do this project that has the qualifications within their firm. And that's what so we're hiring Allen Plummer and Associates, not one person. And so the multitude of projects, I can just kind of give you a list of the expertise that a person or a firm would have to do this project. And it includes vertical and flat concrete construction, clarifier installation and construction, pumping, treatment, sludge removal, electrical, aeration basins construction, pipe construction, aerobic digester construction, tertiary filtration systems. These are many different disciplines that not one person will possess, so it'll take an entire firm to manage this project.
And how many people do we expect to be working on this, and how many hours a week will they be dedicated, or days, visits, et cetera?
Yeah, so the inspector will be on site the entire time the contractor is on site, which is going to be at least 40, probably 50 hours a week. So the number of people that Allen Plummer and Associates put towards this project, that's going to be up to them and to manage the project. We're not going to dictate how many people that they have to have on the project.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I do have a question. Now, when you say you manage it, they just watch the people and make sure that they get the work done?
No, not even close.
Okay. Well, I asked that because we had, on the last agenda, we had what I thought was somebody that was going to come and inspect and make sure that everything was being done on this vertical build. And so I want to make sure that this person that we hire, this company that we're hiring, is going to be specifically to come and ensure that everything is being built to spec. Are they inspectors as well?
So we're not hiring a person, we're hiring the firm. Okay, so that's going to be, like I just read you, those are probably 10 different disciplines that you'll have to have expertise in, and it's not one person that's going to be able to do that. I hope that answers your question.
Well, if I could, I mean, I think the point, we've had a couple of discussions, Mayor, as you mentioned, the last couple of agendas on this, and it's essentially an owner's representative to make sure that we are getting all of the things that were in the specifications that we paid for in our bids, that all those things are getting done. It's a very complex project, as Mike said, with lots of different disciplines. So this is the point of this is to try to make sure that we get the facility that we engineered and we're getting everything built that we paid for. It's very similar to what, if you think about the Public Safety Center, I know we talked about that recently. AGCM, I think is the name of the firm that was hired to be an owner's representative for the city to make sure that building was built the same way. So it's a similar service. It's just a much more technical project with a lot of moving parts, potentially up to $150 to $200 million on an overall facility over 2 years that we're looking at. So it's a very expensive project. And we're trying to make sure that we have all the right technical aspects of that included. So that's the overall purpose of it. And just to clarify the process again, I think there's still some confusion on that. This is basically a request for qualifications that went out. We're now trying to enter into negotiations with that selected firm, and then we'll come back with the actual cost, and you'll be asked to approve that contract with all those details. That'll be later. So this is the first step of a two-phase procurement process that you'll see. Hopefully that makes sense a little bit. I know that Mike went through some of that, but there's more of these coming as we have these capital projects. We would expect most of these to have some kind of owner's representative type of arrangement on them to make sure that we get it. And to Councilmember Goza's point, if we do see a recurring nature of things looking out that we think there's going to be a skill set that we're going to need, certainly we would look at an in-house position. But this is such a specific issue. We just don't think that any one person could do it. And once it's done, it's done.
Okay, well, I
Hopefully that
remember
helps.
when we hired Yvonne with the first wastewater treatment expansion, and she did really well. I just want to make sure that so we contract out a lot, and I want to make sure that there's going to be a staff that's kind of assigned to them. So if we have questions, it's not going to be a big delay in getting answers.
Yes, ma'am. I think I understand what you're asking. So Yvonne's still on the project.
Okay.
And she's going to stay on the project all the way through the end of it. So the city does provide management level services, project manager, but that is not the same as a project inspector. The project manager is sort of the liaison between the contractor and the engineering firm that did the design work, and the inspector will work for Yvonne, basically.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any motion? I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 8.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by me and seconded by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, agenda item 8 passes. All right, up next is agenda item 13. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with Romtech, Inc. for the purpose and installation of restroom building for Mary Kyle Hartson Park in the amount of $899,759 via the Buy Board Cooperative Purchasing Program. Item presenter David Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. So a quick overview of the project. We have we're going to go over the background, and I'll go over some of the history since some of you weren't present when we went through those various iterations. Then we'll go into the project details. We'll talk scope and timeline as well as the purchasing details, and then take options and recommendations from this body. So this contract was with Park Hill. They're an architectural firm and representative for the design of the restrooms. This was executed in May of 2025. The group was pulled from the rotation list and authorized by City Council via contract. The project was also part of the budget process and the 5-year CIP approval for FY 25-26. There was a lot of meetings conducted, and I'll go over some of the details and feedback we received on the following slides. But we had a community open house on September 4th. We went through the Texas Historical Commission, which I'll call THC for shorthand moving forward, on August 19th and September 16th. We also met with the Hays County Historical Commission on September 25th. Then with the Parks and Recreation Board in October, and City Council in November, and then we've had constant contact with THC just with the follow-up and bringing everything home. So a few project details on the site. Here's the location in the bottom right-hand corner in the first aerial. The second kind of zooms in and shows some landscaping details. Some things that I guess are important to note are the various iterations that this underwent. We initially started with a 2-water closet or 2-hole per 2-room system. That we've had requests from Parks Board and as well as from public input on making 3 stalls, 3 water closets. Also, the Hays County Historic Commission asked us to reduce the amount of impervious surfacing, and so we added some landscape, as you see here, with the decomposed granite. And there's some more landscaping. So that used to be a concrete footprint. Hays County Historic Commission also asked us to maybe reorient the building. Initially, it was running parallel with the sidewalk. And so we've also been asked to create more ADA space in the areas and also room for strollers. There's a playground nearby as well as the gazebo. These are the most high-use amenities at the site if you're not familiar with it. So some feedback. Here's the elevation that was recommended by Parks Board and as well as by City Council. This is sort of an homage to the Krug building, and so initially this project, had been rejected and reallocated, because it didn't meet historic compliance, and so the architect worked really hard to try to work with a restroom company that actually does finishes. Most of these public restroom companies, I won't say the names, but most of them are kind of, boilerplate, cookie cutter, and there are very few of these that actually do customizations working with architectural firms. Romtech does do this. And so you see the layout of the restrooms, you see the ample ADA access. We thought it wasn't appropriate, and this is also the feedback we got, to provide the bare minimum with ADA, but we wanted to optimize ADA accessibility and functionality. This would include changing stations in each of the rooms as well. You see also there's a drinking fountain. These finishes are what drove the price up. We initially had an elevation because we got feedback from the Hays County Historic Commission that we didn't want to do a quote-unquote carbon copy, although that wasn't a consensus from the body. When we showed the more simplified elevation and the one before you that I'm showing on this screen, we've got positive feedback from the Parks Board on this. Some members of Hays County Historic Commission and City Council was very supportive of this as well. And here you see another view of the elevations. It's not a climate control building, but there's a lot of R factor that was built in, as well as ventilation and protection for the pipes within the chase. There's a lot of good insulation, and you can see some of the details on the finishes as well. Also, I failed to mention that the Hays County Historic Commission as well as Park Board wanted us to keep this out of the drip line, and so we worked hard to find a good area so we wouldn't negatively impact the live oaks on the site. So this is the contract scope and timeline. So this is going to be a turnkey project where they're going to do all the flat work and all of the plumbing and and all of the CMU insulation, all the finishes, the metal roof, the standing seam metal roof, and there's going to be some work done in-house. So we wanted to make note of that. Internal staff will be doing some fine grading. We know this is really expensive, and so we tried our best to control costs where appropriate. So doing fine grading and also some of the landscaping installation from our native landscaping team. The procurement strategy, timeline, I'm sorry. So we're in January now, and so if council authorizes a contract for this building, we would move immediately into design. Right now it's only at 50% design, and that's as far as the architects could go. Before bringing on the restroom manufacturer and construction group. And so collaboratively, they're going to bring this to 100% plans. We cannot submit plans, or we cannot get a permit from the THC until we have 100% plan set. But we've been working very closely with THC throughout this process to gain assurances, even on both elevations that we had presented, that they would be supportive of that, and it was historically and architecturally appropriate for the site. And so we would work throughout spring and summer to finalize those construction documents, as well as get some, do some ordering for some lead times and any cut sheet submittals that we needed to, so that we can finish this by the fall of 2026 before we begin our holiday installation period. Again, this is a cooperative purchasing contract by Buy Board, which meets all bidding requirements and also provides discount for these units. So the option before you is to consider approval of the resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with Romtech Inc. for the purchase and installation of the restroom building for Mary Kyle Hudson Park in the amount of $899,759 via the Buy Board Cooperative Purchasing Program. And at this time, I'll take any questions.
All right, any questions? Councilmember McKinney.
There's been a lot of discussion in the community about why would we need this restroom? Why don't we just use the ones in the Krug building? Would you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, sir. So right now, the Krug building, it's only open during programming hours. To make it a restroom available and accessible throughout all hours, park hours, which is from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m., we'd have to leave those doors unlocked, and it's just not a hardened space. These restrooms are built to industrial grade. They're built to withstand arson, heavy vandalism. I'll give you an example. Cool Springs restrooms were designed, and it wasn't as industrialized as these units and as they should be. And so when I first started with the city, those restrooms were locked. And when I asked staff why, they said, well, every time we open them, kids, they jump on the sinks, or they'll mess with the toilets, and we have to close them down. And it's very costly, and there's a lot of maintenance and operations that goes into that, and we just can't keep them open. And so the solution at that time, not knowing what to do, was just to lock them. It cost us quite a bit of funding to retrofit those to get industrialized parts, but that's something that likely we should have done up front, and then they could have been available to the patrons year-round as they're meant to be. So that's why it's a huge cost for Mary Kyle Hudson, for the Krug Center. You've got the foyer that's not hardened. You would have to harden the foyer, which probably wouldn't be an appropriate design for the Krug building. And then you've got the restrooms themselves that they're compliant, but they're not really ADA compliant. If we did a renovation, we'd have to change those restrooms because they're not really functional. I get complaints from Kaz a lot that it's difficult for somebody who's accompanying another adult that needs assistance to functionally use those restrooms, and you don't have the turning radius that you would in these public restrooms. Also, it's a little farther from the playground and the gazebo, but to leave those open year-round, I think it would be a disservice to that historic building, and we would be inviting some serious vandalism and damages.
All right. I will say one of the concerns that I've heard from residents time and time is the price. $1 million almost for a bathroom, and if we approve that without real justification, we are risking a lot. And so could you explain to us why the cost is so high?
It's all in the customization and the finishes, the higher elevations, again, to try to be architecturally sensitive to the building. We had shown some, that would have met THC standards. It was, more comparable to the roof line you would see at some of the other restrooms, but the facade would match the Krug building. That that it isn't as attractive. It doesn't feel as appropriate for this site. This is being an award-winning park, Lone Star Legacy Park. That's why we got the support from council and as well as the Parks Board to, we should probably do this building justice and let it be appropriate to the site.
And what would it take to get the approval? I know you said you'd have to be at 100%. So what does that look like? What amount of money would we have to spend to get the approval from the historical committee? Because I'm really hesitant to say yes when I know that we don't have their blessing yet. So what would it take for us to obtain that?
Just to complete the plan, so take it from 50% to 100%, which we would start, if this contract were approved, we would start that design completion immediately. Again, we have been working closely with THC. We have at least documented, although we don't have a permit, we have documented email confirming that, yes, this is in line with historic appropriateness for the site, and we would be supportive of it. We do have that via email.
So what happens if they deny it?
The likelihood of denied is super low, being that we've been working with them and they were supportive of both elevations. We would not have brought those forward if we did not have that support and assurance from THC, to Park Board or City Council initially. In the event, we'd really have to just, totally change these designs for them to deny it. At this meeting, it would have to go through a lot of changes, and we'd have to probably go through the process again in terms of design. That we might incur some additional costs. So, either we go back to the other elevation and consider that, or we would pursue this one to be more cost effective.
I think I also wanted to add that I've also heard from many residents who are excited about having a bathroom, especially being that it's right near the playground. So it makes it a lot safer for families and for the children. The water fountain, it's only getting much more hot. So having that for our kids is going to be essential. And I think we are also building for the downtown that we aim to have. I think we always talk about downtown revitalization, and I think sometimes we can do things to start improving that culture and that sense of community. And I think, for example, this is one of those ways in which we can address those issues. I know that personally myself, on sometimes those fancy porta potties that we rent, there's been times where, it's a little bit slippery and, I'm trying to walk up those steps into the little bathroom and oh, chihuahua, I'm about to slip. So, I can just imagine that someone else, that maybe isn't able to ascend those stairs. And I know that we have rented a porta potty before that is ADA compliant, but it's not the same, right? And so I also want to make sure that we're providing equal, accessible options for those that have different abilities. And I think this is one way to do that and to say, hey, you're not a second class here. We see you and treat you the same. And then I think also integrating all of this additional space and seating and whatnot, that's how we start creating that community. And so it's something that I'm really excited about, and I think it's going to serve a really big need, and it's a thing that's built to last. So I'm excited about this.
Councilmember Harris.
I was party to the restrooms we've built before, approving those. And there is a significant difference in the cost between this one and those. But I would like to note that we did the total installation on all of those. And this includes the installation. They are very utilitarian. The facade is definitely not brick. They are much smaller and don't have they don't have the ADA or diaper changing facilities that are this adequate. I agree that it's really important to have something in our downtown area, in our award-winning park, that represents that vision, like Councilmember Zapata said. I want to also say that this includes the park area around it.
Yes.
The concrete, the tables, the landscaping. So it isn't just the cost of that basic restroom facility, which was somewhere around $275,000, if I'm remembering correctly. It was, brought on a truck and dumped it, and we had to do everything else. So I can understand the cost. The other question I get is, well, why don't we just put it on one of the lots that we have bought downtown? And my response to that is because we want those lots to be restaurants and bakeries and bookstores and things with retail ability that generate income and excitement. And they're not as close to the park either. You'd have to go to them like you would have to go to the City Hall if you had to use the restrooms there. And at the Creek Building, we cannot make those as accessible as they need to be. That building is simply not available for that. The Historical Commission limits what we can do even on the interior. We really can't do very much. We cannot make them accessible to the outside except through the building. So that is really a problem. So I can understand the expense. Like, kind of take a deep breath and say, yeah, we probably need to go ahead and do that. But I do understand the concerns. Like Councilmember Zapata said, I've also gotten a lot of comments of, we really need these. Go ahead and get this done.
Yes, Councilmember, and you remind me of some tough conversations we had with the public when we talked about the alternate location. The public reminded us that the kids have to cross the street to access that, and that's really dangerous. They need to be accessible to the parents. Also, we started out with 2 halls, and they said, well, could you fit 3? And I said, well, yeah, we could probably technically fit 3 within a safe footprint. And then they're like, well, why didn't you do that? You should have 3 water closets and get this right the first time instead of having to try to go and add later, which is going to end up costing you in the long run. You essentially have to demo and start over.
Yeah. And one more comment that I'd heard. The restroom that was originally designed, originally to go here, did not really comply with, the Historical Commission kind of approved it. But then when we started taking a look at, does this really fit the ambiance that we want in this park, it just didn't. And the other major park where people were there a lot was the community garden, and we already had in the community garden plans a requirement for a restroom that had not yet been built or delivered. So reallocating that, all the council knew that that's what we were doing. We were reallocating it to that site, which has been a tremendous benefit to that site. I'm really glad that we were able to do that. So it didn't just go away. If we really didn't have much option. We had to take possession of that or pay a phenomenal amount of rent to the manufacturer to keep it at their facility. It made a great deal of sense to use it where it was most needed. So.
All right, any other questions, Councilmember Koza?
So this restroom is extremely expensive. It is over $1,800 a square foot. I want to know things like with the mini splits, how do we guarantee that they won't be vandalized since it's going to be open from 8 to 11? And then who's going to be opening and closing it? Are we going to have to allocate additional staff to do that? How does that happen?
So start with the locking. So all of our restrooms now have automatic locks, and they're programmed in time to be open during park hours. And so as soon as it hits 11 p.m., they lock up. Right at 5 a.m., they're open and accessible to the public. When it comes to vandalism, we can't guarantee that we can stop vandalism. We have cameras at Mary Kyle Hardson Park, and so that helps curb things a little bit. But the point with, I guess our main emphasis with these restrooms is they're able to withstand those quick hits of vandalism. Staff gets in. If there's graffiti, we abate it within 24 hours so that we don't encourage and invite more graffiti. We make it feel safe and inviting. We're very fortunate in our system that we have the staffing, resources, efficiencies to clean our restrooms and service them on a daily basis. A lot of park systems, I've never worked for a system that had the ability to do that, and we're fortunate to have that.
The next thing, I have had a lot of people express concerns to me about their location. They do not want a restroom in that park, especially there at the gazebo, which is a main photo focal point. So you're gonna be taking photos in the gazebo, and then there's restroom and people walking by back and forth trying to get to it while you're trying to take photos.
I think that was the main point of really wanting to get this right, architecturally sound with a nicer facade like this one that you see here, because people thought that was appropriate for a park of that stature and of that status. Again, it is a Lone Star Legacy Park, and it was important for us to receive that kind of feedback.
But that doesn't stop the people that are walking back and forth trafficking, like the foot traffic to it.
Yeah, you've got, so in addition to the nice facade, we've got landscape improvements and wider paths. Let me go to a different rendering here. You've got wider paths, and so we don't, you know, there is some visibility screening, and at the top of the elevation, you've got that nice architectural detail. So we think it'll accentuate and improve the park while still providing functional means for those who need it.
I still just think it's so much money, and at a time when, you know, we are raising our rates for taxes and things like that because we're so in debt to pay for our debt. Like, I don't think that's an appropriate purchase right now.
Is there any way we could lower the elevation, or is there anything that we can do to lower? Because I want a bathroom. I want a bathroom there, not necessarily in the park, because when I was the first time around, for me, that was a big concern, is people did not want it in the park. They were like, and I know you guys think Burleson is a busy street, but there's really not that many homes behind it. So the idea was originally when we approved this, and a bathroom was approved and everything was already done. This is the second time around. So I know everybody's like, hey, we've been working on this, but I'm like, okay, this is my second go around, and I'm trying to put my head around the changes that I've experienced. So I do think we need a bathroom in this area. I would like the bathroom to go across the street. My idea would be to build some kind of welcome center or tourist center to put this bathroom in. And then I don't know if anybody's ever been in Inspired Minds in Buda, but they have like a whole section of like City of Buda stuff that you can buy. And that would be long term, but I'm just thinking to set it up, it would be ideal to stick it in an area that's not within that park. And I think that's what the historical committee was asking for as well. But in the event, if council doesn't want to do that and they insist on putting this bathroom in the park, what can we do to make it cheaper?
There's some things we could do to change, really change the elevation. The initial one that we presented to council was, you might get it 30% cheaper than this one. Again, those were round numbers we were using. That's the best we had at the time until we advanced in design. But, that's one option.
Oh, well, I'm torn because I know we need this bathroom. I don't know.
It is a
if
lot
we
of
need-
money.
It is a lot. It's almost $1 million.
Yeah, where's a natural gas pipeline when you need one, right?
Well, all that natural gas pipeline money already went to this
I know.
to this park once. But trying to find a good balance. We need to hear the people. People have said time and time again they do not want to spend a significant amount of money, and now we're looking at $1 million for bathrooms. It's nice. I get it. It's needed. I get it. It's hard for me to say I'm okay with this at the price at $1,800 a square foot. That's beyond even Austin prices, right? So does the council want to just move forward with this? Do they? I'm not comfortable. Can we bring it back? Can we find a middle ground?
I'm reluctant to move it across the street just because I don't think I could live with myself if a kid got hit just trying to go to the
I mean,
potty.
right now they're already going to Center Point. They're going to the bar, but
That's
I
not a
understand
good
that.
thing.
No, I'm not saying it's a good thing, and that's why we're putting a bathroom in here. But my point is, what can we do to lower that? If okay, you guys seem like you want to keep it in the park, and I don't know if they want to keep it in the park over here, but if you do want to keep it in the park, great. What can we do to now make this cheaper?
Well, we can look at the option with the different elevation, and again, we know it's going to be cheaper. There will be some savings, and hopefully we can stay on the same timeline as well, so we get ahead of the holiday programming. There's been some percentage of design work that's been done to bring that initial elevation, and if that's the will of the council, is that something?
Well, certainly we could look at the elevation. I mean, there's costs there. You could look at how many water closets, I think you call them, David. It's, stalls that you'd have if you wanted to reduce those. That's significant cost that's there. As the area develops, you have more and more usage at the area. I think that's a concern that we would have and probably wouldn't recommend to you, but you could certainly look at that. It's, the elevation, you can certainly do some things. I will say, though, one of the concerns that we had with the original prefabricated restroom that was going to be considered here in late '23 was the look and the feel of the structure, that people just did not feel like that was commensurate with the overall award-winning park that David mentioned. So there's a balance here somewhere in between. We don't know exactly where that line is here. This is kind of consistent with the discussion that we had with council in November about this issue. And that's why it's back in front of you, is because these were the designs that you were interested in doing. It's close to the cost. We were looking at around $750,000 to $800,000 at that time, and council has asked us to move forward, so that's why we're here. But if there's a number that you don't want to go over, that it's $600,000 or $500,000 or whatever the number is, if you want to give us that constraint, we can come back and tell you what we can do for those dollars. But my whole career, I've experienced the same concerns that I'm hearing tonight. Is just bathrooms are very expensive to do by themselves, and especially ones that are these park and recreation facilities, because of the nature of how they get abused. You heard about the animal services of animals being stressed in a small area and the kinds of damages that are done. It's very similar to that, and this kind of arrangement is they just take a lot of abuse. They're open, whatever that number is. It's getting late for myself now, so I don't know if I could do the math, but 18 hours a day, and there's a lot of usage that goes through them. So they do take a lot of abuse, and you're hopefully designing a facility that's going to be able to be used for a couple of decades before having to be refurbished. So that's the reason for it, is the cost. But I do understand the cost per square foot. Councilmember Goza, I know that's an issue, but it's, again, I've seen that throughout my career of when you build these facilities, these standalone restroom facilities, they just get very expensive. And I think also some of the systems that you have, the plumbing, we didn't really talk about that, but the plumbing is different. It's more of an industrial grade plumbing. It's not like building a house restroom that you would have. It's very different. And so that's the reason for the cost. And I think the architect, when he was here back in November, he tried to detail some of those costs and differences, but I do understand the sticker shock that you see for it. So there's always something we can do differently. If you'd like us to look at that, if there's a number that you want to try to hit or some objective that you would have, if you can help us understand what that would be and what types of changes you'd want to make to the building, we can go back and try to bring that back to you. I do think this has been worked on for, as we've looked at it, the last 6 years or so. Space shuttle was built a bit faster than that, I think, but it's been a very complicated, delicate project because of the nature of the park, the architecture, the historical use there. So it's just this fine balance of all these things coming together, and so it's a tough issue, but I think we're trying to advance that project forward, so hopefully that helps.
So when we look at the final project, what's the old phrase? You can only please so many people some of the time. Not everybody's going to be happy. We just need to get over it. People are not going to say, oh, that looks ugly, or that looks beautiful, or that's too expensive, or y'all should have went cheap. So this goes back to the cap question. Where does council, all 7 of us, feel finally we can say, where do you feel comfortable on how much you want to spend on these toilets? Bottom line, that's what it is. Toilets and sinks and water fountains. What is going to be the cap that everybody's going to feel comfortable moving forward till we can give them a direction to say, keep it under 300,000, keep it under 6, keep it under 8, because again, in the end, not everybody's going to be happy. And there are going to be some people saying, thank God you finally got them out there. So what is it, council, that we've got to decide to finally give them to say, go back to the drawing board, keep it under this amount. I feel supportive of this, so that way we can move forward.
Any thoughts?
I remember when this came up to us last time, and I want to say that the ballpark estimate was about 630, but it also only had 2 stalls on each side. And so, we had a couple of different facades to look at. I voted for this one because I thought it would be nice for it to kind of mirror the Krug building, to kind of keep that visual aesthetic uniform throughout the entire park. Also, as our city grows and as our especially holiday programming goes, I mean, there's a ton of people in that park. We felt like 2 stalls on each side just wasn't enough, and so we directed staff at that time to bring this back with 3 on each side. And so here we are, and there's a price tag that goes with that, obviously. So.
Well, I think the price tag is not for the stalls, and I think I'd like to keep the stalls at 3. But if we can lower the elevation? Can we keep the design and then just lower the elevation and then, so that way
It would be difficult to keep the design. You start getting into the standing seam metal roof. I mean, we can work with the architect to see what they could do just for some accents, but the overall style would be difficult to obtain.
I mean, I think 630 is still a lot, but it's a lot less than 900.
And then I guess the other question that I have, just because I'm trying to make sure that I'm not getting lost in the sauce, is the total price, that also includes like all that landscaping area, correct? And like the picnic tables and the wide enough sidewalks for 2 strollers at least and whatnot? Okay. I was just
All in
wanting
turnkey.
to, yeah, exactly. So I was just wanting to make sure that we are not mistaking the fact that it's just the water closets that are this amount, that it's the totality of the project.
All the flat work, even the
Yes.
payment and performance bonds for the construction side.
Yes, that it's the totality of it that is. Okay, all right, thank you.
One of the things that we considered before on this is how it fits into the park. And this location is screened by the trees on one side entirely. We're adding tree screening from the between the gazebo and this facility. And then how we add in seating, wheelchair turnaround ability on the exterior as well as interior. There was a lot of thought that went into this. I think everybody's a little surprised and shocked that it's so expensive, but I certainly understand why it is.
All right, so, yeah, do you want to make a motion? Anybody?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing the design contract with Jackson and Ryan Architects.
Romtech. 13.
Yeah, sorry. One up. It's contagious.
This is neat.
It's contagious. Item 13, approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with Romtech Inc. for the purchase and installation of a restroom building for Mary Kyle Hudson Park in the amount of $899,759 via Board Cooperative Purchasing Program.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Harris, seconded by Councilmember Medina. Any more conversation? Do we want to put a cap on this? Do we want to direct them to somehow lower the cost?
I feel like that is a hard cap. It shouldn't go above that.
Yeah.
It shouldn't go above the
That's the
899?
motion, yeah.
I mean,
But
yeah,
I
that's
would
the
like-
motion, but what I'm saying now, we can have the discussion and the debate about
Up
whether or
to.
not we want the price.
I would like to add that this was a competitively bid project.
No, this is on
No,
my
it's
board.
by board.
Which meets all bidding requirements.
So,
Right, but it's-
if I could too, we selected this method because we thought it was the most cost-effective. There's lots of different ways to procure projects for construction. It could be a design build where you would actually complete an independent design and then bid that project. That way, we thought that would be far more expensive, and that's why we brought this forward to you. It's something that we think is actually more cost-effective, so that's why it's here.
It's my understanding that this is turnkey. Can we just explain what that is?
Everything's included. It's just, the only thing that was left out was the site grading that we would be doing minor, but yeah, everything else was, also the landscape, just the planting installation with our native plants.
Okay.
All right, I'll take a roll call vote.
I have one more question. Are the utility lines already below it, or will utility lines have to be brought to that site?
They'd have to prep the pad and get it ready so it's all included in this, which is also another price factor as well, which drives it up. It's all included though in this project.
Okay, because I know the lines have to be within 10 feet. So does
Yeah,
the city
yes,
have
ma'am.
to extend lines to that 10 foot to the pad site, or are they already there?
Yeah, it's within and it's just prepping the pad and tying them in at that point.
Okay, and then it looks like we have to do like backflow prevention, stuff like that. So what are kind of those nominal costs that are going to add to it on the city side?
Backflow prevention and permitting, I don't know if there are additional, if there's any cost incurred for that, it would probably be just an operational thing, but
Unless it's an enterprise fund, we do not charge other city departments for permitting fees.
Okay,
We
well, I
also
mean,
have
I'm talking
electric-
about the actual, like, the flow preventer, if that's required, I don't know.
Oh, you got air gaps and things like that. Yeah, all that's included in the plumbing work too. It's industrial grade and part of the project.
Okay.
All right, I'll take a roll call vote, please.
Zapata,
Yes.
Medina,
Yes.
Goza,
No.
McKinney,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes.
Flores Kill.
No. Motion passes 5-2. All right, up next we have, sorry, we've kind of jumped all over the place. So I just want to make sure the next one we go to is correct. I think we're agenda item 16.
Yes.
I believe so.
Yes, all right. Consider a resolution to appoint one voting member and one alternate voting member to the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, CAMPO, Transportation Policy Board. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's after midnight, so good morning. Mike Trimble, Director, Transportation Public Works. So yes, this item, and by the way, CAMPO stands for Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization for those that are watching. But this would be appointments to the Transportation Policy Board, which is the primary policymaking body and decision-making body for CAMPO. So a little bit of background on CAMPO. It is a regional transportation planning organization and includes the 5-county region, Bastrop, Burnett, Caldwell, Hayes, Travis, and Williamson counties. It coordinates the regional transportation planning, across the 6 counties within its purview. And as I mentioned, it's the governing body, sets all the policy, allocates all the CAMPO funding. So a lot of the federal funding comes through to the metropolitan planning organizations. So the Transportation Policy Board actually considers and makes those decisions on the funding that's allocated through CAMPO. It consists of 22 members. It includes 20 elected officials, 1 representative each from TxDOT and Capital Metro, respectively. The Transportation Policy Board meets on the 2nd Monday of each month from 2 to 4 in North Austin. The next meeting, I believe, is coming up on February 9th, for your information. Per the CAMPO bylaws and operating procedures and CAMPO Joint Powers Agreement, the city is allowed to appoint 1 voting member and 1 alternate voting member to attend those Transportation Policy Board meetings. And what it specifically says is anytime a city in the region reaches 50,000 or more, then they're able to appoint a council member from that city. Primary voting member attends the meetings monthly, and with the alternate voting member attending when primary voting member is unavailable. And then prior council action, there was prior appointments. Prior appointments were the Mayor Travis Mitchell, prior mayor, and prior council member Bear Heiser. And so now we need to make some new selections for the Transportation Policy Board for the primary and the alternate. And then with the upcoming 2028 to 2031 call for projects funding cycle, you may have seen that in some of the agenda items. Currently, there is a call for projects. There are multiple grant programs that are being considered for that call. It's even more important to have representation from the City of Kyle on that board to be part of that decision-making process. So your option is to appoint 1 voting member and 1 alternate voting member to the CAMPO Transportation Policy Board in accordance with CAMPO bylaws and operating procedures and the Joint Powers Agreement that I mentioned, or to choose not to appoint new members. And so we're recommending, of course, making an appointment of 1 voting member and 1 alternate voting member.
All right, thank you. And this is a very important position. So we need to make sure we have both on the board. So my questions are going to be the days and locations. Do you know what days they're going to meet and where they meet at?
Yeah, so typically it's the 2nd Monday of the month. As I mentioned, the next meeting is February 9th, and the meeting typically happens at the name of the location, but it's I can get you the name of the facility, but it's basically off of Metric, Far West area.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember the name of. They have different events there. The name is escaping me right now, so if you may be familiar.
JJ Pickle?
Not JJ Pickle. It's an organization. It's their facility. I will get the name for you.
All right, no big
But
deal.
it's North Austin.
It's off Breaker Lane.
Yes.
Okay, is there anybody interested in stepping up?
If nobody objects, I would actually, I've got the flexibility in my schedule right now, and I think you'd be hard pressed to find anybody who would fight harder for projects to come to the city of Kyle than myself.
I was thinking you, because I was just like, my hope is that you'll come back and you'll bring all that information and you can keep us updated. So anybody else?
Mayor, I just wanted to step in. The location is the Junior League of Austin Community Impact Center
That makes
on
sense.
Bluffstone Lane.
Junior League, fancy. Okay.
I'd like to emphasize what Mark just said, council member, just said. It takes, serving on these outside committees takes a tremendous amount of time. It's not just that once a month meeting that you've got to go drive to, that's not usually in Kyle. But there are also documents you have to read. You have to stay up on what's going on with the grants. There's a lot of correspondence that goes on between meetings. So it can be extremely time consuming, and have somebody that is, it's critical to have somebody as the member and the alternate that can attend these meetings and will be absolutely dedicated to doing so. It's much like my position on ARWA. That is very involved, lots of information, lots of time spent on those boards, and you just have to be dedicated to them.
And they can both attend at the same time, right? Just only one can vote?
I believe it's typically the primary voting member that attends, and then if they can't, then the alternate attends in their place. That's typically the way it works.
All right, so do we have
I've been
somebody?
told that both can.
Yeah, I
show
think they
up.
can both attend at the same
Oh.
time. Only one can vote, yes. Anybody else interested in being the alternate?
I can't with my schedule. Right now, it's kind of up in the air.
Okay.
I think I would like to be alternate. I have a good working relationship with nearly half of Campo. I'm a full-time grant writer and have been for a handful of years, have been reviewing grants for, 8 years. And I think I would be able to, help Councilmember McKinney read through things, understand things if he had any questions. And I know he's a tough fighter, so happy to support.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to consider approving a resolution to appoint Councilmember McKinney as a voting member and Councilmember Zapata as an alternate voting member to the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. Second. Okay, I have a motion by me, seconded by Tobias. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Before we get started, sorry, it is late. It's 12:19. And I know some council members have to be at work by 4 a.m. So I was wondering if we could take staff reports and the council items and maybe incorporate them in future agendas? Is anybody opposed to that?
I won't fight you on that.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I mean, we have staff feedback regarding proposed revisions to the city's naming policy. I don't know if that could be talked about in the visioning workshop.
What we're just talking about which items we thought were critical. Yeah, I think the board appointments, we do need to have some discussion. We're looking at having the annual board appreciation dinner. That's one of the things we wanted to talk about. I think that's late February. I'm forgetting the exact date, maybe the 26th, something like that. So that's one of the things we wanted to talk about. We could potentially talk about that at the retreat if you'd like us to. I don't think there's anything urgent about the naming policy, although they've stayed here for many hours for that. But we could certainly bring that back to you on the 3rd if you'd like us to do that. Or maybe the 17th. I don't think there's anything urgent either one.
Okay, that's up to you. If we can do 18 on the vision workshop, we can kind of discuss that.
Okay.
And then 17, 19, and 20, we can just put on the next agenda if that's okay? All right.
So 17, 19, and 20 all on February 3rd?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Do we need to vote on that? Okay.